Setează-te. Așa. Ia, acum e bine. Hi everyone. Thank you for joining, and I just want to apologize. For some reason, it was showing 22:45, but we were supposed to go live at 22:45. But with kids being home, this was about the only time we actually had available. And I actually think that this is my first ever live on Madeleine Mccann. Interesting. Interesting. But before we get started with Madeleine Mccann, I just want to update everyone on what you will be seeing on my channel in the next few weeks. So at the moment, I am working on Gypsy Rose Blanchard case, and that will go public sometime next week. Then I'm also working on the White Farmhouse murders, which I think will go public on my channel in about 2 or 3 weeks. And I'm also working on the Madeleine McCann investigation and Porton Down connection. So from now on, my husband will be helping me out with my research. So I'm hoping I'll be able to get more videos out for you guys. And thank you for your help. Are you enjoying it? Yes. Yes. Okay. Hi, JD. Thank you for joining. Hi, Robert. Oh, you've got 6 inches of snow awaiting. I would love to have snow. It's not happening here, no, is it? Not really. No. So we know that in May of this year, Madeleine is supposed to be turning 18. So I am really curious to see what's going to happen. What do you guys think? I actually think that they will find a scapegoat just so they can close the case. Yeah, well, they tried with Christian Bruckner, and there was such a bad light with another guy from Poland, I believe. Yeah, I think so. I think he was the latest one in the news. Yeah, they kept trying to put the blame, on somebody else. We after so much, for some long time we've done this with Madeleine Mccann, and we did all research and we looked into all options and everything just was falling to bits. To be honest, there are only about 2 or 3 options that we believe it happened really. Well, from my point of view, I'll say it from my point of view, and then you can say it from your point of view. I honestly only see 2 viable options here. One, from my point of view, Madeleine McCann had an accident in the apartment in Praia da Luz, in the Ocean Club Resort, and it was covered up by Kate and Jerry McCann for reasons either that the kids were being sedated so they sleep longer, and in case of an autopsy they couldn't risk that happening because obviously then the twins would be taken away from them. But this raises another question as to why is the British government involved in this and helping in covering it up from the get-go. I know that some people are saying, it's because they are doctors, so presumably they don't want to look bad in the eyes of, Portuguese people, let's say. But I really doubt that the government would really care if, they help someone and then that someone turns out to break a law or something. So, in my opinion, I don't think that's the case. Which leaves me to my last option, which is that she might have been an experiment and something happened. It was a failed experiment, and this is on a national level, the experiment. And so the government had to get involved in it to cover it up because it might be something which is not exactly legal or moral. Yeah, the ethic of it. Yeah. Sort of. Well, there's another, well, you said two options there, but there's
That's
another option
from how I see it.
which goes towards sort of like in Portugal was happening something that time, and was it Tony Blair or Brown?
It was Tony Blair to begin with. He was
Yeah,
the prime minister in the UK,
yeah,
and then it was Gordon Brown, and then it became all these
yeah.
other David Cameron.
But Gordon Brown went to uh, he went there to see the guy who was the head of the EU, right? He was part of the Portuguese government, and he kind of signed an agreement, and they talked and they tried to cover it up.
Oh, you mean the Treaty of Lisbon?
Yes, yes, that's what happened. But I believe one of the options which is plausible, and I believe that's what happened because they went to Eurolabs
Yeah,
in Netherlands, and
that was in June, I believe, of the same year, 2020.
yeah, so they went there. But these Eurolabs, there's so many sessions of it, and it's worldwide. But they they've been there. At least Jerry McCann went there,
Where?
and he met with the guy.
Yeah, Jerry McCann and Kate McCann, they were both there. They had the press conference as well there for
Yes,
Madeleine
yeah,
McCann. And at the same time, Jerry even said that he is meeting a friend of his.
yes,
He didn't say who it was,
yeah.
but it
Well,
seems that someone spotted one of the members of the Tapas group there
yeah,
at
yeah.
the event.
Just think about it. How many doctors and all these big people were there in the same time. It makes you gives you a bit of a point to realize and think it was some sort of agreement with the government, and it was something to do with some sort of big test, isn't it? Big thing that was happening because Porton Down is actually included in all this. Hi Debbie, hi James. The in Porton Down they do all sorts in their all tests and everything. Everything is going around Porton Down, and many work in Porton Down, and they've been there
I found, yes.
In Prada Luz.
Yeah, that's why I will have a separate video on exactly Porton
Yeah,
Down and the connection. There are a few connections
yeah.
with yes, with
To be
some
honest,
names on the guest list
yeah,
from
but to be
Prada
honest,
Luz.
I took all the guest list and I tried to find information
Yeah,
about each of them, and there's few of them which they have various errors in the names just to make it hard for you know people to look after them, isn't it?
yes,
And I found some of them. I found them because I'm so persuasive, and I'm like literally I'm trying to find as much as I can. But the thing is, there was few of them which we couldn't find any kind of information. Remember?
yes, I remember. We've
Yeah.
been
So
trying really
we've been
hard.
trying so hard to find, uh, to see what their role was in this all this thing. How come all this were in the same place in the same time, and they stayed exactly the same length of time in there? In there was a big, probably big thing going around there in Portugal. It's from Switzerland, from UK, from America, from Poland, from everywhere, and they were like gathered all together there.
Yeah,
That means it was a big test to be done, and probably that's the most plausible option. It was a test. It was something to do with the government button down all this connected all together, and I believe that's what happened.
Yeah, my theory is that all those doctors and medical professionals, they went there in Praia da Luz at the Ocean Club Resort for a work-related meeting,
Yeah,
which was better to be done in a country where people don't know who they are. And the Ocean Club Resort had the facilities needed for this type of meeting. They had a conference room available there, and it's a it's too much of a coincidence to have all these people at the same time checking in, checking out at the same time, on the same dates, in the same place. It just is just too much of a coincidence unless that has been arranged prior for all those people to meet in the same place. Can we now jump a second on the comments, please? Yeah.
yes.
So James is saying no body, no evidence, no murder, equal alive while not abducted illegally, adopted.
mm,
If there is no body or no evidence, it doesn't necessarily mean there is no murder or she wasn't made to disappear. So
Also, going back, because obviously James McDermott said about the dogs.
yeah.
How come the dogs spotted, or because those dogs are actually trained especially for doing this job, and they smell and they sniff all that, um, like cadaver or the blood, and no matter how much you struggle to clean the blood, it's still, you still have a bit of trace in there, so you can still find, um,
So James is also saying all is irrelevant, not a shred of evidence in 13 years.
yeah,
There is, in fact, a lot of evidence. It's not definitive evidence,
yeah,
obviously, because without a body, no one can say with certainty that something happened. And it's possible that was the main purpose for disposing of a body. So it's of course it's up to everyone's opinion on this because no one has the all of the evidence necessary.
yeah,
If we would have all the evidence, the guilty people would already be arrested, charged, and convicted. So
yeah. The dogs were correct, but it's possible to remove blood, take a part of their body, and dogs will alive, but that's all they can do. Yeah,
so
well, yeah, but
but
the dogs, they've been kind of there for the job, but they just sort of dismantled those dogs. So, like,
that's
they,
really, it's not funny, but it's a funny thing that there are a few people who are saying that, and they are really trying to disgrace these dogs which are professional dogs. They have been trained professionally. One of them even went to work with the FBI after. In 99% of cases, they were not wrong. The Kate McCann was trying so hard to make those dogs look like they don't know what they are doing. And she mentioned this one case in America about it was no, it wasn't actually in America, it was in Jersey. Okay, there was a house, a property where there was child abuse happening, right? One of the dogs, the cadaver dogs, which was used in Madeleine Mccann investigation, went there on the scene. Yeah. uh, the kids were being kept in the basement of the house. There were tens of children there, and they were being abused by the owners. I think he was a I think he was a satanic ritual,
yeah,
sort of child abuse, right? The children were all kept in the basement. They were beaten, they were abused, and so on, and then they all died there, right? And the people who were doing these things, they flooded the basement on purpose because they knew that water damages any potential DNA evidence from being kept. So it was proven, this was proven, that water damages DNA because water has parasites which, eats the,
oh,
you can eat the flesh and so on.
it takes time for that.
Yeah, but anyway, the cadaver dog, spotted a bone. in all that rubble and the flooding and everything. And they tested this bone, and it was human bone. Now, a lot of people are saying that I mean, we are very similar to pigs in terms of organs and things like that.
Mm.
But what we have extra apart from pigs is we have collagen, which pigs don't have. So that bone was tested for collagen, and it was confirmed it was a human bone. What happens is, in this kind of cases, when it is child abuse, the people who are responsible, and they are usually high in power, they will try to make all the professionals look like they don't know what they are doing. So to discredit them, only for the purpose of not carrying on with an investigation, because child abuse and pedophilia generally is very high placed. I mean, it goes to high connected individuals, and they don't want that to be found out. And that's exactly what Kate McCann did. She discredited the dog, saying that he uh, he sniffed something else, which was not true. But this is the same dog which was used in Madeleine Mccann investigation and in that investigation before. So this is what Kate McCann was speaking on, to discredit the dog.
Yeah.
And but there are people who are not questioning why was the dog brought in to work with the FBI after, if the FBI didn't believe that the dog is a professional.
Well, so many things that they discredited and they just ignored and they just played the system, makes you think that they are really, you know, powerful people. Can you go with?
Yeah. JD is saying, which missing child in the world is funded 13 million pounds apart from Madeleine? Yes, you are completely right. You are right. I don't think I've ever read of a case being funded 13 million pounds over so many years, and it's still not stopped. It's still being funded.
Yeah.
And we are a few
Operation.
months. Yeah, go
Yeah,
on.
Operation Grange is still open.
Yeah.
And to be honest, what they do, there is no update, no nothing, and still the Operation Grange is open, and they get funded for it. And Jerry and Khan, they get all the money as well, the funds from the government, from taxpayers' money, obviously. And we need some answers for this, isn't it? Because for so many years, you find like all the governments they've been passed over, like from Tony Blair, Gordon Brown, Theresa May,
David
Cameron, and now even Boris. They still go and pay for these people. Why?
It seems like none of the prime ministers who are the ones who approve the funding, I don't think that they want to take responsibility. Each with their turn. Maybe they are thinking, I'll just leave it to the next one. I'm not going to take responsibility. So I'm just going to sign or whatever needs to be done,
Yeah. Well,
so they don't get associated with this kind of things.
Yeah.
So James is also saying the dogs can't distinguish exactly whose blood or body. Of course they can't distinguish exactly.
But they distinguish the human because they are literally trained to do that, and they distinguish the human blood and body parts or whatever. So that you need to take in consideration that that's a lot of work to put in for to train those dogs, and after so many years, the dogs are good to do the job. That's why they are used everywhere in the world for doing that job, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. And then there's another thing. For example, the cadaver dog is trained to sniff cadaver in odor, which only comes from a dead body, not from a body which is alive, but from a dead body.
Yeah.
Then you take everything else into consideration. Who stayed there at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Who's gone missing from there? This is an investigation which you add evidence and piece of information and so on and so forth. So you don't, there won't be any police officer in this world who will say, okay, because the dog sniffed that as the cadaver was there, then there's definitely a cadaver was there. No, they all take all the information they have into consideration and they make their own theories around it.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Hi, Barney, Lawless. Sorry for your loss.
I am so sorry for your loss,
Sorry for your
Barney.
loss, man.
The Spaniard is saying no, James, but the police could if they wanted to with Mark Perlin's DNA testing. Yes, that's completely, yes, you are right, spot on there, yeah. So then this begs another question. Why does the police not want to use Mark Perlin's services for free? Why did they refuse? Mark Perlin, who is world renowned for his DNA testing technology, the true allele technology.
Yeah.
And he solved so many cold cases which have gone even 40 years ago, and he solved them with his modern technology. Yet, obviously, the Mccanns, being the Mccanns that they are, with their whole entire team, no, we don't need the services of Dr. Perlin, because why? Why would we? It's not like we want to try to find out what happened with our daughter, you know.
Yeah. Right. So, where are you going?
I am going to sending it. Hi, Katarina. One of my pet subjects. Yeah, I have read all the PJ files and the answers are all in there. The discrepancies and changes of story made by the key players all tell the story. Exactly, yes. Yes, they do. Yeah.
They kept going forth and forth with the changing of their own stories, especially
What?
that woman.
Oh, Jane Tanner.
Oh.
Jane Tanner. Jane Tanner. Straight from the beginning. Oh my God, but I mean, she's a terrible liar. Honestly, she is horrible at lying. She reminds me of my sister. Honestly, I remember very well. I was about 12, she was 11. She used to lie so much, but each time I caught her in her own lie because she just didn't lie good enough. She was a horrible liar.
Yeah.
Jane Tanner, in my opinion, is just the same. She's a horrible liar. I don't think she knows her left from her right. Sorry, this is my opinion. It might sound harsh, but yeah, I'm frustrated.
Yeah.
And I guess everybody who wants to find out what happened with Madeleine Mccann is frustrated, as I am, as you are.
That's why I worked so hard to find information and get all things possible to add them up. Yeah.
Hi, Debbie. Debbie saying those dogs were spot on. I completely agree with you, Debbie. Yeah, they were spot on, yes.
Too bad they've been discredited.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
That's even though the police was there, but I believe the police plays a small role in this case because the government is the powerful one which dictates do this and do that. That's why the police doesn't really uh, try to find out and bring much info out there. They just try to do what the government is asking, and I blame the government for all this because they feed them whatever they need, whatever they want, just to keep their mouth shut. Because the government is involved in this case, and that's why But the McCanns knew about it, and that's why, yes, in my opinion, the McCanns knew about it, and that's why they played this role, and they just went with the story of disappearance. But we don't know. There's nothing to do about it because when the police tried and the inspector, what was it?
Yeah, Gonzalo Amaral. He
Amaral
was removed from the case because of political pressure.
Yes.
And yet again, you can see a clear pattern here. If you just take a step back and look at the bigger picture, you can see a clear pattern.
Yeah.
You see, Kate McCann is trying to discredit the dog's findings because
Yeah.
the dogs were so close to the truth of what happened. Gonzalo Amaral is
And
trying to be discredited as well by the team McCann.
not only McCann, because he was from Gordon Brown actually.
Yeah, that's
Because he
what I mean.
went to Lisbon. They had the Treaty of Lisbon done there, and he talked to the guy who was in the government
I
there.
can't remember his name now.
Yeah, I can find out easily, but they had a chat about this case, and obviously after a while, not long, it didn't take long. After let's say an hour, Gonzalo Amara was gone from the force. He was just just get out, go home,
Yeah, well,
forget
yeah,
about
yeah,
police and your work and your job.
yeah. That's
And
why, yeah,
yeah, the dogs were discredited. Gonzalo Amara was discredited, and everybody else was discredited. The UK police, I'm not blaming them because it's nothing to blame about, right? They just do the job that they are asked to do.
yeah,
The police, the UK police, they try to do something, but then the government went in the middle. They fiddled with the police, and then that's it, finish, isn't it?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in all honesty, in my opinion, I don't trust the police in this situation. You have those police officers who came forward, or ex detectives or whatever. But I also believe that in that I also believe that the UK police, those who are close to the case, they know exactly what happened.
Yeah.
They know
I
exactly
mean,
who is guilty, but they have their hands tied because of higher forces at play here, of
well,
course.
that's exactly what I said.
Yeah, yeah,
Because it's the will of the government. Because, and as I said at the beginning, in the start of the video, uh, it is a big connection with Portland Down. And that's why, that's my opinion. It's a big connection there, and that's why so many doctors were involved in this. In the same time, to be there, so many doctors and so many. Oh my God! Uh,
okay. Which one was next? James, you are referring to Zapata case. I'm not familiar with that case, so I obviously cannot comment on it.
I think I've heard about it. It's a Spanish case, I believe, but I need to have a proper look into it and see what I can get from it. But Zapata, yeah.
The Spaniard, hi, thank you for joining. Too many discrepancies and statement contradictions in this case, just like the John Bennett case. Again, I have read about John Bennett, yes, and I know that there are a lot of discrepancies. In the Madeleine Mccann case, yes, it's obvious. It's obvious there, and this is one of the reasons why they refused the reconstruction of events, because Gonzalo Amaral, he was trying to do that as well, and they refused it because they probably knew that their story won't make sense. And if Gonzalo Amaral would be there
For the story to put it back to end.
yeah,
And
for
so
the
on.
reconstruction,
Yeah.
then he would see on the spot that it
Yeah.
doesn't make sense, and then he would ask them on the spot, and they would have to come up with something. So he wasn't in their best interest to accept that. The only reconstruction they made was in the Netflix documentary, which was biased, which was pro McCann, in my opinion. That's They made that reconstruction themselves with the team, with the filming team.
Yeah.
So that wasn't, I don't think it was true. It wasn't.
Right. Sunday, it's the Smith sighting of a man who looked like Jerry McCann has never been followed up. They are chasing unless straight leads and ignoring witnesses who gave credible accounts.
Yeah, they do ignore the witnesses on purpose, obviously, because the Smith man, I believe his story. He was there with his whole family, and I've covered this in one of my videos. And if I remember well, as I said it in my video, the whole family was quite a large family, right? And when they went home from the restaurant after they had their dinner, they were split in three groups, going
Yes.
from the restaurant to the hotel. And
Yeah, it was a group on the left, a group on the right, and I believe they were like split.
yeah,
And
they were split, and
yeah,
they it's like one group followed each other, so they didn't go at the same time. So all
yeah,
of the groups saw this man, right,
yeah,
who resembled Jerry McCann. And for no one to pay attention to the Smith sighting, is just ridiculous. They paid more attention to the um, Tannerman, to the Tannerman, yeah, to Tanner, yeah, to Jane's sighting, because that was the main thing which connected the whole story. Because without the abduction story, I mean, without the abductor, there wouldn't be an abduction story. Without the abduction story, Jane Tanner's statement wouldn't make sense. And if Tanner's statement doesn't make sense, that means that the timeline is completely wrong. So
yeah,
when they came up with this, they had to think about everything. That's why the focus was always on the Tanner man.
yeah.
The focus was never on the Smith man, because probably that man was correct when he said he saw Jerry McCann. But I do not believe that Jerry McCann was carrying the dead body of Madeleine McCann. He was carrying a child, and he wanted to make it look like he's heading towards the beach,
Yeah.
so that their story makes sense. So that people and the police will think, okay, hold on, the abductor took Madeleine and they headed towards the beach. They took a boat or whatever and they crossed the waters and they went somewhere else. Again, to derail the investigation, in my opinion.
But let me add something.
Yeah,
Jane Tanner had a daughter
yeah,
who was similar to Madeleine McCann.
yeah.
So just think about it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it, and honestly, this what you're saying now begs another question. Are we 100% certain that Madeleine McCann was ever in Portugal?
Mm.
Do we even know for sure that whoever saw her at the crochet, for example, was it really Madeleine McCann? Did
Yeah.
she even get on that plane to Portugal? These are some really, really big questions, and if we can answer any of those questions, then we are closer to figuring out what happened with her.
I even tried to find the flights, and there were some flights which I couldn't really get to any info. Uh, but on the list, you can clearly see there were like some sort of discrepancies, and the names, the errors in there, they were put for a reason. That's why I'm beginning to believe that everything was really made up to be, you know, a whole different story, and lead people on the wrong side,
Yeah,
just to give them a story there and that's it, let's finish with it. But look at it now, after so many years, still Operation Grange is still open, and they get the funds still for the case. I don't understand it.
James, I'm really sorry for what happened to you, and I'm also happy that you managed to escape. JD saying Jane Tanner's statement said that when the guy she seen had the short sleeve top on, but the actual guy who daughter he was had full sleeve top. She lied about the whole checking on the kids. Yeah, she lied about the whole checking of the kids. I think that when they came up with this timeline story, I think that somehow they were supposed to memorize it, so that when they are interrogated separately, they would all have the same story.
Mm.
And I still say, like I mentioned in my previous videos, I still believe that Jane Tanner is the weakest link of that whole group.
Yeah.
And with her, everything crumbles. It seems that she can't remember exactly everything that they discussed and everything that they agreed on. And it shows with her the most, it shows.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if a strong policeman such as Gonzalo would definitely put her down and get the right, info from her. But obviously now we can't talk about him because he's out of the force. Yeah.
Hey Robert, thank you so much for joining. Debbie is saying, why did Kay not answer the 48 questions the police asked her? Well, that's a very good question, Debbie, and I actually have a video on a whole video only on the questions that she didn't answer. But I'll say it again, as I said it in my video, she didn't answer any questions because I think that she would break down, and she would
One
would
of the
say,
weakest links as well.
yeah.
So Kate is controlled by Jerry. So if you check,
In your opinion, please say that because we don't want to get sued. Because it's
well,
very,
in my opinion, yeah,
it's very popular with
I'm
these
a
people.
bit more straightforward, to be honest, and I like to be straightforward. But yes, in my opinion,
yes, please.
In my opinion, Jerry's controlling Kate, and if you look in the videos, what they usually are together, they hold hands, but Jerry is just like that, and he's doing that.
Yeah,
as
because
a
no one
sign,
can
just
tell.
keep quiet.
Keep
Let
quiet.
me talk now because I don't need you to say something wrong, make a mistake, because I'm controlling now here everything. Okay, just shut up.
Yeah, the way I see it, Kate would definitely crack under pressure.
Yeah,
she would crumble under pressure, and that's the reason why she refused to answer questions. Now, her excuse was that her solicitor advised her not to answer any questions. But the way I see it is, if my kid goes missing, I don't care if I have to answer 1 million, 10 million, 100 million questions to stay there for 3, 4, 5, 10 days in that police station to answer questions. I wouldn't care if I know that I'm helping to bring back my missing child. But she didn't answer those questions because she knew that if she opens her big mouth, she will incriminate herself, the whole group, and all their story will be there, wide in the open,
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm so frustrated right now. I'm boiling.
Another thing is when Madeleine disappeared, they found out that she's gone. How come? How come? There's so many things which they don't add up. But how come the twins were still there? Only Madeleine was gone. The window that they were talking about was damaged. I lived in Italy for so many years. They have the same system.
The same shutters.
The shutters are so heavy.
Yeah, in Romania as well.
Oh gosh, you can't by yourself. One person won't be able to hold the shutters.
No, and to get in. No, it's impossible.
And to get the kid, which is for like our little boy, who's relentless, right? He is relentless. She would be relentless as well.
Yeah. She was almost full of age.
And to hold the shutter up, to get on the window with the child, that's impossible. From my point of view, that's impossible.
Those shutters, even if you push them upwards to keep them open, as soon as you get out of there, they just go straight down on your head.
Yes.
If you push them too much upwards, they break and they stay blocked at the top. For those shutters not to go back downwards, they have how do you call it? Oh my God.
It's a weight.
It's a mechanism. It's a mechanism with a rope which is on the inside next to the window, and that rope has a blocking mechanism to keep them up without them coming down.
From outside to open is very difficult, and you need strength, and you need two people, one to get in to hold shut. It's a long choice short, let's say.
Yeah.
But there's one thing which I don't understand: how Madeleine disappeared and the twins were still there.
And then, and then on top of that, Kate McCann discovers that Madeleine is gone missing, supposedly being abducted, but yet she leaves the twins alone again from the same room that Madeleine disappeared from, and she goes back to the restaurant to tell the others. She didn't use a phone. She didn't shout from
Yeah,
You know,
as they were saying, it was literally the restaurant was like
having a
in
barbecue in the
having a
backyard.
barbecue in the garden. All
Oh
right,
my
so
God.
that means she could have
Yeah,
shout
yeah,
to them, help,
yeah.
you
Not to
know.
mention that the distance from there to the restaurant, it was, yeah, 5 minute walk, but in between that, it was a huge swimming pool.
Yeah.
It was dark outside,
Yeah.
right? It was low lighting. And how can you even think to leave a kid alone in a room where they are not familiar with the door open,
Yeah.
and you have that pool in the middle?
Yeah, yeah.
What, just like Caleb is. Caleb, if he would see that pool, he would go straight in it because he loves water and he doesn't know that it's dangerous for him.
Yeah.
As an example.
Yeah. So, for example, we have the rear door here from the kitchen, and we need to keep it locked all the
Yeah,
time, and
yeah.
the key somewhere else.
Yeah, we have to hide
on
the
top
key.
of the where's cupboards, so we can't reach the key to open the door,
Yeah.
so he can get out. So we need to be careful. So we are responsible parents, and we are not doing such thing like to even now I have to stay with one ear to him, because if he shouts or cries, that means he woke up. So
Yeah.
I need to be on the run, or straight away. uh, it's and he's in the house, just upstairs.
And his sister is there in the next
Yeah,
room to him,
yeah.
so it's not
So
like he's
we
completely
still
alone.
we are still worried.
Yeah, yeah.
Even though all doors are locked and we are in the house here, we are still worried.
It's,
You
caution,
never
isn't
know.
it?
You
Yeah,
never know.
exactly.
Yeah. So and
Um,
another thing is, how come they were like so happy playing tennis afterwards
and jogging
and jogging and doing other things, and they were so happy.
and drinking at the bar.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
I wouldn't drink, I wouldn't eat, I wouldn't sleep, I wouldn't jog, I wouldn't go anywhere apart from just going and looking for my own
Yeah,
child.
no, yeah. By the way, not to mention that they never actually went outside to look for
Yeah,
Madeleine
yeah.
McCann. They were inside, and Kate McCann was saying that
I would-
we helped inside.
Inside.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I would literally leave the twins in the crashing there and just go like mad, crazy, go and look for my own child, because that's a parent. What a parent does that. But I don't know. It's just the whole story doesn't add up. That's why we have these two options: accident, or it was something to deal with Portland down and all, government, and that's my opinion, and yours as well.
Yeah. James is saying here their stories are tactics which deflect the search from finding Madeleine. Yeah, I agree with you on that. I always said that their stories are tactics just to derail the investigation, confuse everybody, and yeah, just try to forget about it.
Yeah.
So Sandy Nitz is saying, in my opinion,
Yeah.
the McCanns opened the window to make it appear there was an abduction. Once the police said no one could have come in there, Jerry changed his story. First, he came in front door using a key. Then he came in the patio door that was left open. Sandy Nitz, yes, yes. They opened the window to make it appear there was an abduction. And I also think that they were testing to see how that window works.
Yeah.
Because a few days earlier, Jerry reported, or I don't know, was it Jerry or Kate McCann reported
No,
that
Jerry.
he broke the window to their bedroom,
Yeah.
the shutters
Yeah.
somehow. And even Kate was saying in her book that that's how Jerry's like I don't know, clumsy, or how she called him, I can't remember. But I think that when he broke those shutters in their bedroom, I think that he was actually testing to see if it would make sense.
Yeah.
And to see how easily those shutters are to fiddle with, or to learn their mechanism somehow. He did something there.
But I'm telling you, it's very difficult.
It is,
with
I know,
shutters,
I know.
Seriously.
I know, because I have the same shutters in Romania on our flat, and I remember specifically this one time when I forgot the blocker and I didn't put it up. So the shutters came straight down, and they just they broke. They broke. A
noise.
big, a big bang, a really loud one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're like
Yeah, yeah.
doing like that.
I had to call someone, like a professional, to come and fix the shutters.
Yeah.
Because I broke them.
Yeah.
Where are we now?
The government establishment, judges, police, and MPs are all in it. Yeah, well.
Yeah, yeah. That's why we are thinking that it's not a case of child abduction or pedophilia. I think it's way bigger than pedophilia here. Pedophilia, yes, it is a really bad thing, and child abuse in general, but there are bigger things which are even more dangerous and more dark than pedophilia. And sometimes these things, they are just best not to be known by the public. So, as as I said, the lesser to know the lesser evil. How is it?
Yeah, well.
I keep forgetting that saying. I don't know why.
No, but the thing is, I I was just doing a bit of research into the perfect soldier, and I came across some things which are really upsetting. Um, and there are some big things in there, and the governments are involved, and army, and all private companies. Uh, they are involved in this, because they try to improve people somehow to make them perfect, as they call it, and make them stronger and make them more like, and everything comes to money, funds, power, you know, all that is connected. That's why all the these governments are involved in these things, and they fund these things. So one of the things I was trying to understand was, did she really was she really part of this kind of test? There were so many tests that I found, and if you think, because there were like literally doctors and so many doctors in there, then leads you to believe that is about sort of test.
Yeah. So I think it's some kind of a project. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that the same thing is with Epstein and with Epstein
Oh,
Island.
yes.
No, I don't think for a
Yes.
second that it's
Yes.
only pedophilia or child abuse in his
No.
case. No, when you have pedophilia, you don't need a remote island where no one can access it. Because you can do it in the city.
With the bodyguards and
Yeah,
and
yeah,
stuff.
and security
No,
stuff,
no.
and their own planes and helicopters.
Yeah.
Lolita Express.
Yeah.
No, and all those.
I don't know if you guys heard about eugenics, but eugenics is really something powerful. And when you compare pedophilia to eugenics, pedophilia is just nothing. It's just nothing. I'm serious, 100% serious. Eugenics is just there's a big project there.
It is, yes, yes.
They do all the things on the kids because the kids are learning quick, the kids are stronger, the immune system works better. There's so many things which they add up, and when you talk about eugenics, they try to the Aryan
The Aryan race, yes.
race. All this are connected into eugenics, and eugenics was long time ago in the UK. They started way before Hitler, tried to do with the Aryan race and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a big pull into eugenics, and we are just small things there, chuck, in the pool.
Yeah, Sandy Nitsi say, oh, Robert, Jerry called in favors of the government is pressuring him. Yeah, it can be both ways. It can be either one or the other. I am not sure exactly which one it is. It can very well be both. That Jerry was calling in favors. He probably knows something which guarantees him that any favors he asks for will be granted. It can also be that the government is pressuring him, although I am not seeing why and how, for what reason would the government pressure him. Sandinitz is saying some influential people backed the McCanns, but then once they became discredited, it's difficult to change their tune, so they just went silent. Best say nothing than speak the truth and appear wrong. I think the best way to look at it is those people who went silent, fine. They probably believed in the McCann story to begin with, so they were trying to get involved with funding and things like that. And then you also have to think that, which is the most important thing, the ones which are not silent and the ones which are still supporting the McCanns, although all this time went by, because most of the donators to the fund, as soon as they found out that Jerry McCann was suspected of Madeleine's disappearance, they backed down and
They were arguing.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. And those people, I think that those were the genuine ones who didn't know for sure. And they said, okay, I got my name in. I don't want my name there anymore, so I'm just not going to support you any longer.
Yeah.
But we have to look at those who are still there, those who are still funding the Madeleine, the Madeleine Fund. Those are the most important. And one of those, in my opinion, allegedly, don't sue me. What's his name? I forgot his name now. Brian Kennedy.
Yeah.
Brian
Yeah.
Kennedy.
Yeah, and it's not only Brian Kennedy, but it's so many big people.
There are not so many now. There are a few, but it's very hard to pinpoint exactly who, sometimes they are hiding behind those company names and subsidiaries and stuff like that. So if you don't dig deep enough, you don't find it, and it's not straightforward.
Even if you dig, because I remember when I was doing my research and I found company which opened another company, and it was another company, a subsidiary of a company, and so on, and it was going like literally a long chain, and I totally got messed up.
Yeah,
and
you got confused, didn't you?
I got confused.com in there, and I was like, oh my god, where am I going here?
Yeah, exactly.
Which one with which now? So it's all to be done. They do it that way so people don't get to understand it and don't get to know everything, and they just get confused and they forget about it.
And the truth is that this system that's how fraud on a big scale works with the big companies, because you are hiding under so many different companies' names and subsidiaries and owners and directors and addresses that it's impossible to get to the bottom of it, of who actually started all of this. And it's just like when I did my research as well, because you could see so many times how frustrated I was that I just couldn't. I literally started getting headaches from so much research.
Like literally day and night, and up till morning, and we were both on research.
There was a point where I had to take a break from all of it to clear my head, because I just got so confused that I didn't know where I started from. Yeah, it's big.
So where are you now?
James McDermott is saying nobody, no murder, no evidence, innocent until proven guilty. Well, honestly, in my opinion, the way I see it, Jerry and Kat McCann are incriminating themselves on their own by their actions. That's how I see it, honestly. What do you think? So you refuse to answer questions which would help in.
And also, why the government? Well, not only the government, but who did that?
Did what?
The court thing.
The where she was made a ward of court.
Yeah,
she was made a. Why was Madeleine McCann made a ward of court? I have a suspicion, so that the police, the Portuguese police, for example, doesn't have access to her medical records and other things. Because how do we know that the DNA which Jerry allegedly had to come back to the UK for from a pillowcase in her bedroom in the UK and get it back to Portugal? How do we know that that is Madeleine McCann's DNA? Do we know? No, we don't. Did the FSS mess up the findings? Yes, they did. Big time they messed up. And I think that they did it on purpose, because the first time when the report came in, the preliminary report, there was confirmation that Madeleine's DNA was found. But obviously that answer wasn't good enough for whoever is trying to cover this thing up. So then they said the samples were contaminated, and they were DNAs of so many other various people found who worked in the lab. So obviously the report was inconclusive by the second time, which of course it was so convenient for Kate and Jerry McCann and whoever is involved in this cover up.
So what are you reading now?
Madeleine will reappear. James, in 2 months, nobody can be convicted of any crime. No, nobody can be convicted of any crime, and I suspect that's the reason why this investigation is still open until
she goes to 18.
Yeah.
When she reaches, like, she was supposed to be 18, then the Portuguese police won't be able to do anything about it. German police, not even that.
I think.
And that's it, finished.
Yes, I think that a scapegoat before May, I think that a scapegoat will be found for Madeleine McCann, because people are sick and tired of this, of the funding constantly going and going and going, of the investigation being open, and so they shut the people up. They will need to find a scapegoat, because then the police, the British police, won't be embarrassed by their failure in investigating this properly, and then also the German police, who are at the moment embarrassing themselves big time.
Yeah, especially that judge.
Yeah, exactly. And they will need a scapegoat, definitely. They will need one, because otherwise, how can they justify so much time spent and money spent on the investigation?
But we are not talking about 2, 3, 4, 500,000. We talk about millions here, over over 13 million.
Over 30 million.
And it's still going. I would like to know what other, because there's so many disappearances, and it happens everywhere. What other, is there any other parents that they get funded by the government for so many years? It's impossible, really. It's impossible.
Better than that, are there any parents of missing children who get so much funding, so much support from the government, and they become millionaires from their child's disappearance? Who have you seen becoming a millionaire from their child's disappearance? Which parent of a missing child have you seen becoming an ambassador for missing children, like Kate McCann did? She's an ambassador for missing children.
And also, let's not forget, they got all this money, right?
Yeah.
They have their own jobs. They have twins. About twins, you can't
find much.
You can't find any kind of info. They got the movie also, isn't it?
What movie?
No, the book.
Yeah, the book. I think that she's got 2 books. I'm not quite sure, but one for sure, which is completely rubbish.
So you make books, you sell them, you make a lot of money. Then you sort of try to sue in different places, especially Tony Bennett.
Tony Bennett, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gonzalo.
Yeah.
And so many other people.
They are trying to shut up everybody who goes against them.
And they get the money from every single angle, and they are so, okay.
and them and their trolls are accusing other people of making money out of the Madeleine's disappearance.
Yeah.
And yet they are the ones who became millionaires.
Yeah.
After their daughter's disappearance.
Yes.
It's not funny, but it makes me laugh. It's laughable because on so many levels, it's incomprehensible. Really, how can someone have a missing child and become a millionaire? I'm, my. Yeah, let's carry on with the comments because I'm boiling here right now.
Right, where are you now?
Robert is saying maybe they all drug their kids and deliver them up. Deliver them up where?
Just well.
So James is saying, so if Madeleine turned up, the McCanns would be innocent. You could argue there was a fraud scam, but no conviction would be made.
Yeah.
Well, if that's a very big if, I don't think that will ever happen. But if she does turn up, the McCanns wouldn't be completely innocent. That's for sure. They would still be. They would have to be accused. Well, they won't be accused with neglect now because it's too late. They will be. She will be 18. But they're still guilty, at least of neglect.
No, but they won't. They won't because the government is up to their sleeves are up.
Yeah.
And they are just into it too deep, and they can't just let them go.
And
if they open their mouth, it might be really big case there, and many people from MPs and the government will be just shattered, and nobody will trust them anymore. Anyway, let's not talk about trust here.
And if he was a fraud and a scam, they should be convicted because he was a big time scam and a fraud going on for so many years.
They can always come back saying, "But I didn't know she was."
Yeah,
alive.
exactly. Yeah.
So I'm so lucky now. I'm so happy she's alive. So they can say that, and there's no scam, no fraud, no nothing because they didn't know, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know, what did I do here? Where was I?
You were a bit up. Yeah, more. It's so many comments now.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We got lost in the comments now. Oh yeah, here. The Spaniard is saying, so are you saying Madeleine Mccann wasn't on that airport shuttle bus, didn't fall climbing the stairs to the plane, or wasn't playing on the climbing frames on the day they arrived in PDL?
That's why I said that Jane Tanner, she has a daughter that at that particular time, she looked like Madeleine Mccann. She looked like her. They were like similar.
There were a lot of kids there who looked like each other, and girls and of similar ages.
Jane Tanner's daughter, she was looking really, I don't know. Oh, connection. Wow. Oh,
I think
back.
it's
Yeah. So that's why I was saying about there are a bit of opinions there.
Yeah, there will be split opinions on this because on one hand you have those videos and photos which prove that she was there, and on the other hand you also have the other opinion, which what if she wasn't there. The truth is that we will never know for sure to answer any of those questions because we don't have all the facts, we don't have the evidence, we don't have all the information.
But I believe the Portuguese, they have info, they have things, they know what, they have their own things there, because it's impossible to now look into everything and make up, there's so many, the PJ files is so big.
I still didn't finish with all of it,
really,
honestly.
It takes a lot of time to read everything and understand everything.
Yeah, and I think that Gonzalo Amaral, he found out already the truth about what happened.
That's why he's been out.
Yes, and I also think that whatever he came out publicly with is not everything that he knows. He still has some things which he didn't say to anyone, but I think that he figured out what happened with her.
Yeah, he had
Yeah,
something on his sleeve,
yeah,
to be honest,
yeah.
and
I
then
think so.
they
Yeah,
were like literally, let's just
yeah.
get rid of him.
It's just that they were trying too hard to discredit his hard work, including comparing his previous cases to this case and saying some things about him which were not
Yeah,
truthful. And also, I think that I've seen on a blog that I think it was his cousin or his nephew. He came to London after he was already out of his job. I believe he came to watch a football game
football game. Yeah,
in London, and he was shot on the street, and there was no apparent reason for it.
yeah,
And I believe that whoever did that did it for as an example to Amaral to scare him off.
yes. Also with the neighbors and with the dog.
Yeah,
Isn't
with the dog as well. I think.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he
Yeah.
says he mentions in his book that the neighbors. No, it was his dog who was killed.
Yes,
But someone broke into
Into
his
the neighbor.
neighbor's house looking for something, for some documents, because all the valuables were left in the neighbor's house. I believe that whoever broke into the neighbor's house, they confused the house. They thought it's Amaral's house. I think that they were looking for his research in the
Yeah.
case whilst he was still investigating it. And I also believe that the reason why they killed his dog was again a scare tactic to scare him off.
Yeah.
We have to remember what happened with Brenda Leyland, and before that thing happened with Brenda Leyland, Jerry McCann publicly said that
Chose.
need to be taught a lesson.
Yes.
Yes, so yeah, there's a lot of things here.
Yes.
JD saying when Kate signed Madeleine in, Kate signed out as Kate McCann whole week, and the day Madeleine went missing, she signed out as Kate Healy, which again, it does not make sense because when you use your name for so long, Kate Healy was her name before she married Jerry McCann. Jerry McCann. So when you use your name for so long, then all of a sudden you use a different name, which again begs the question: what if Kate McCann was not Kate McCann who signed Madeleine out on the day that she allegedly went missing? Like someone faked her signature.
What if it was Jane Tanner's daughter that she was in the crash and she was taken out by Kate or by, I don't know.
Yeah, it's just so many variables here, and it's impossible to confirm. It's impossible.
James Denver says, I think Tanner was obsessed with Jerry and she thought Jerry would leave Kate.
I think Tanner was scared of Jerry. I don't think she was obsessed with him. I think she was scared of him.
Yeah.
I think she knew that he's. I believe, in my opinion, that he is abusive. I think he's abusive, and apart from him being controlling and narcissistic asshole, sorry for my language, I think that he's being abusive to Kate, and I think that Jane Tanner was scared of him, and it's quite possible that that's why she had so many holes in her story, because maybe she at one point she realized her story doesn't make sense, and maybe she was too scared that what
She
will
will
Jerry
mess up.
McCann's reaction be, if she messes up.
James says Portuguese law is strange. If time past, the crime no longer exists. It's
No, they have a certain amount of time that they can have an investigation going.
Yeah, because she will reach 18 and then she's an adult. She's not, and then the law doesn't really. It's a bit of a tricky situation.
I'm not sure, but I think that in Portuguese law they can't keep a missing person's case open for longer than 15 years. I don't know. I think I will have a look on this right now, so I don't give you the wrong information. How do I research this?
On disappearance. Elsa.
Let's see, like this. Family law.
Yeah.
Looking for it, I can't find anything.
Yeah. I mean,
never mind. I remembered it was 15
Yeah.
years. I'm not quite sure. So don't quote me on that, please. It's just the way I remember it.
Right. That whole facial register is a shambles, and another suspicious piece of the puzzle in this case. Uh, it's a puzzle because various people use the crash and they sign different names and
But
they
it's messed up. Have you seen the records? I don't know if you've seen the records. Like scribbled and
yeah
crossed, and then
yeah
mistakes and corrections
yeah
and things like that.
yeah
It's yeah, it is. You're right. Robert is saying, so if Maddie turned up, who was responsible for her care for all these years? Who took her, etc.
we don't know that.
I honestly don't think that she will ever turn up. I don't think that she's alive anymore, in my honest opinion.
All the signs that were away from search, right? Yeah. Yes, true. I mean, whoever looks into it, then they kind of find themselves in a position where they don't even understand where they are. What did I search for? What did I do? Isn't it? You get too confused in all the searches and all the research. But obviously, whoever, if you are two, three people, then you will get to understand it somehow. Because if one of you look for something different, I look for something different, then we don't really, we come to an agreement somehow. We come to an end, and we understand the case differently, isn't it?
Yes,
Wow.
sorry, I was reading a comment here. I'll get to you in a second, Robert. So James is saying all families should have been arrested for abandonment. That never happened in Portugal or Britain. Well, in Portugal, as far as I know, the police can only charge them of a certain crime. So I'm guessing because Amaral was on the case, he was hoping that he can pin, the disappearance of Madeleine Mccann on the parents.
Yeah.
So that's why they were not charged with abandonment in Portugal. In Britain, that is the question for our dear government, because I wouldn't ask the question to the police, because the police in this situation is controlled by a higher power, which is obviously our dear government. So, dear government, if you are watching this, although I know no one is watching this, why were the parents not convicted of abandonment?
Yeah. Not only that, but neglect, uh, abuse because they were using the substances which they were making the kids sleep
Yeah, but no
for a
one can
longer
prove it.
period.
There is no
Yeah,
proof on
yeah.
that.
But the Nurofen, they were just using it in that
In your
time.
opinion,
In my opinion, yes. In my opinion. Sorry.
you know the problem with this. What is the problem with this? The problem with this is that a lot of people are saying that Kate even mentioned in her book, I suppose, I think, that she offered the PJ for the twins to get tested. But when did she offer for the twins to get tested? A few months after all this
Yeah,
happened,
yeah.
to be tested for their blood to see if there is any drugs in their system, right?
Mhm.
But no drug is gonna stay in your system for a few months.
No.
So she said that, the way I see it, a goodwill gesture. I'm gonna offer you to test the twins, but I'm not gonna do it the next day after Madeline went missing. I'm gonna do it after a few months, because I know it's not gonna be in their system anymore, because I'm a doctor and I know these things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
so she doesn't look suspicious, but
Yeah.
also so they don't find anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of, on a side note, is that a headband your husband is wearing? Is it a new style? Yes, it's a headband. Yes. He needs a haircut, but he's too lazy to cut his hair.
Yeah, I will cut it. I will cut it. Don't worry. I will just do it by myself. Yeah, this is our daughter's headband, and I use it.
So James is saying, who knows, but there is no evidence of stranger being in apartment 5A. So either one of the group carried the child out, or she walked out on her own. I don't think that she walked out on her own. I think that she was being carried out. I don't think there was any stranger in the apartment. Obviously, there is no evidence of that. And according to their timeline, a stranger would have around 8 to 10 minutes to go in, grab Madeline, go out. supposedly through the window, which you can't even fit through, and then vanish from the sight of everybody.
Yeah.
There. So to me, that's impossible.
Sorry, I need to go.
Oh, he woke up.
Yes.
Okay. James, we don't have any facts. Do you have any facts? Because we don't have any facts. If we would have any facts and the police would have any facts, then the guilty people would be arrested and charged and convicted. We can only speak of what we think happened because we don't have everything. Sandy, hi, thank you so much for joining. What mother would wash their missing child's cuddle cat? Just not normal behavior in anything Kate does. Sandy, I completely agree with you. No mother would do that. She would cherish that toy forever, especially knowing that it was her daughter's toy and it was the last thing that her daughters touched before she went missing. To me, that doesn't make sense. Also, I have read, I think it was on Facebook, a person who is their neighbor in Rotley, and she said that before Madeleine went missing, whilst they were still in the UK, over time, she would see Kate McCann with Madeleine walking on the road, and she remembers precisely that Madeleine never once wore a cuddle cat with her when they went for a walk. So if the cuddle toy would be the favorite toy of Madeleine McCann, I would assume she would always wear it with her. That's how kids are when they get attached to toys or a blanket or whatever. Because for example, my kid, he's 4 and he's sleeping with around 10 soft toys around him because he got used to all of them, so he can't sleep without them. So she would be the same. In a way, I don't really think that Cuddle Cat was a favorite of Madeline, because then why? I might be wrong, but then why would that woman say that she's never seen a Cuddle Cat with Madeline whilst they were in Rotley? And also, there's also another thing. Which mother who works as a GP would take Cuddle Cat in her bag to check dead bodies? It just doesn't make sense. And another thing, which Kate seems to be justifying, which person or doctor, so to speak, who are all about hygiene and health and things like that, would wear the same trousers that she wore when she visited dead bodies in Portugal on holiday without washing them? It doesn't make sense. The checker trousers that one of the cadaver dogs sniffed. The Spaniard is saying, looking forward to seeing how it plays out with the suspect Christian Bruckner and the evidence the German police supposedly have to prove he took her. I think that what Gonzalo Amaral was saying, it will come true. I think that he will be made the scapegoat. Robert is saying, I always wondered if David Payne was responsible. I am not sure, but I think that most of them from the group played a role in this. Otherwise, they wouldn't be covering each other so hard and not speak against each other after so many years. Jackie is saying, I feel bad for saying this, but when was Madeline actually last seen? I feel maybe there was an arrangement and she was either sold or Kate and Jerry lost custody of Madeline. You know what? I just said previously in this live, do we really know for sure that Madeline was ever in Portugal? Do we really know for sure that she ever went in that plane? Do we know that it was her who was on the shuttle bus? I mean, there is no definitive account or someone who can say with certainty, someone who can be trusted, who can say for certainty that they've seen Madeleine McCann in Portugal. So how could they have lost custody of Kate and of Madeleine? Otherwise, if they would lose custody, she wouldn't be able to be made a ward of court, isn't it? But then, if she's made a ward of court, then the state or the government is the legal guardian of Madeleine McCann, so they can do with her as they wish because the parents, they don't have any rights anymore to her, do they? If that's how being a ward of court works. That makes me question this as well. Why was she made a ward of court? Was it only for the medical records, or is there more going on here? And being made a ward of court, then there's not much that legally can be released about her. Jackie is saying, other than the shuttle footage, I'm not convinced Madeleine was even there. Why was she booked separate from the others? And last, somehow I think maybe she was under an aunt's guardship. And even that shuttle footage, you can't even see clearly if it's her. It's a very bad quality and it's so blurry, and you can't tell with certainty that it was her, because if you look at that shuttle bus video and then you look at the photos which were supposedly from the holiday, they hardly look like the same girl, and they hardly look like she was the same age. Sometimes, if you look at all of the photos of her which are online, sometimes you can even say, hold on, but this doesn't look like Madeleine. Hold on, but why is there such a big difference between this photo and the other photo? It doesn't even look like the same child anymore, although presumably she would be the same age in all of those photos, but it just doesn't make sense. James, yes, I found actually on the Wayback Machine that article. I can't show it to you now because I'm using the YouTube's live streaming, so it doesn't allow me to attach anything else. But I actually found that page from the Wayback Machine from the COP, and yes, indeed, the first time Madeleine was reported missing was in April, on the 30th of April, if I'm not mistaken. And then there is also another news article on the 3rd of May 2007, when officially she's gone missing at 12 o'clock in the night. Was it the Sun newspaper or the Daily Express newspaper who already published the article saying that a child has gone missing in Praia da Luz? So if she went missing officially at around 10 o'clock in the evening, how was the newspaper already aware at 12 o'clock in the night and got everything ready to publish this article at 12 o'clock, 2 hours after she's gone missing, allegedly, right? And then it was removed. The same thing with the COP. Everything was removed from the website. They say, and they kept saying over the years, that it was an error from the Wayback Machine, but I don't buy it. Jackie Young is saying the initial finding Maddie page was copyrighted in 2006. Could have been a mistake, but something is way off. I don't think it was a mistake. You are completely correct about the copyright in 2006. And I actually dug deeper into this, and it goes way before 2006. And this domain first came from the US. We know that there are connections in the US, right? And it came from the US, and it came from the same area as another company which is linked to the Madeleine McCann's disappearance. I'm missing the name right now, but I actually studied those the domain, and the company that sold the domain has a branch here in the UK as well. So since when was this? website or domain name done. It was even before 2002, if I'm not mistaken. Although it can also be a coincidence that the name of the website or the domain was just there and they sold it, and Kate and Jerry McCann bought it afterwards because they needed the same name. I'm not sure on that, and unfortunately, there is no way to verify or to say with certainty that that's the case. However, the same domain is linked to the US. I used the ping thing and the IP address, and then I managed to track the IP to the owner. A lot of things I did there. Robert is saying the UK police do not allow J and K to be seriously investigated, so the whole case is a joke. I completely agree with you, although I don't think that is the police. I think is someone higher than the police, and they are making the police not to investigate it further. I also think that at least 60% of the police officers who are involved with this, they do know exactly what happened with Madeleine McCann. I believe that they do have evidence which points to the parents, but they are not allowed to take this any further. James, last point. If Madeleine turns up, should have had a good life, and the rest got rich scot free. That's true as well. Or that's true. I'm hoping that's the case, that she's alive and she will turn up. Although, in my opinion, I don't I don't see how that could happen. Jackie saying in the photo she appears to be older in some. Yeah, she does. Yeah, she does. That's why sometimes even I'm a bit questioning, is it really Madeleine McCann in all those photos that they say is Madeleine McCann? I mean, it's so confusing and it's so weird. I mean, I do know that over the years, especially when going from toddlers to children, or from or to infants, they children do change their appearance a lot over the years, but still they kept claiming that those were recent photos. So if those would be recent photos, they would be very similar to each other. There wouldn't be so so much difference in them that at times you don't recognize that child who it is. JD is saying Kate discovered Madeline went missing at 10 p.m. So why the police called at 10:41, 40 minutes to get her temporary body, and where was Jerry at that time? Yes, that's yes. There is another reason I believe that they they said she went missing on the 3rd of May, because 2 days later they were supposed to check out, wasn't it? So 2 days later, one day later, they were supposed to check out. So obviously, they had to come up with a story, because Madeline was nowhere to be seen. So they had, if indeed Madeline was in Portugal and she went missing days before they said she went missing, that would mean, let's say that after Sunday, no one saw her, right? No one who can actually confirm that they've seen Madeline. So let's say from Sunday to Thursday, they would have had 4 days to come up with a plan to cover her going missing. And then on Thursday, it would have been the last day that they could declare her missing, because then they would have to return from Portugal to the UK. So that was, in fact, their last opportunity to say that she's gone missing. James is saying the guy who left during the night with his two sons is part of the richest families in the UK. Yeah, Philip Edmonds. Yes, I made another video about him. Yes, and he left exactly the next day after Madeleine's disappearance, early in the morning, and he went back to Switzerland with his sons. And he is connected to the Rothschild family. He's actually was no, not Rothschild. Sorry, I'm saying you wrong now. He wasn't Rothschild. He was Oppenheimer. He's yes. James, I never said I don't believe you or I doubt you. Hi, Alice. Alice is saying the night before Madeleine was taken, the same man tried to take another little girl from a different room. He got in bed with her and she said, Daddy. He said yes, but she freaked out and he ran. The one who was heard shouting Daddy was Madeleine McCann by the neighbor upstairs. JD saying Portugal police case will close by 2021 or 2022, I heard. I think it's this year. I think that they're only allowed to investigate, I mean, to keep this investigation open or shelved, as they say, for a certain period of time. And as far as I'm aware, this will end in May when she will turn 18. Anyway, the word of court thing will end in May because she turns 18. So Alice, yes, drugs stay in your hair for months. I do agree. And after months, after Madeleine's disappearance, Kate and Jerry McCann offered to test the twins, and they refused before that when they were asked while still in Portugal. So they refused in the first instance, and then after a few months, they offered to test the twins. So the way I see it, both of them are doctors, and they know very well how long whatever drugs they had in their system stayed for. So they refused in the first place for a particular reason. Yes, Alice, I understand that the hot sun and the water on vacation, they would sleep hard after that, but not. I know because I have kids as well. They stay in the sun and in the water, and they are tired, but they don't sleep like the twins were sleeping. So the twins were sleeping throughout the entire commotion for hours in that apartment when the search was taking place in the apartment. People going in, people going out. They've even been moved from their own beds to a different apartment without once even waking up. That's not normal. In my opinion, that's not normal. Jackie Young, didn't Kate say in her book that she was considering making the grandparents legal guardians? As far as I understand, someone said it at some point. I just can't remember exactly who it was that she wanted to give Madeline to her grandparents to make them her legal guardians because she couldn't keep up with Madeline's behavior any longer. Although I'm not sure how true that is, or maybe she just said it because she was being angry, or I have no idea. I have no idea, but I know that the grandparents were saying that they were that Jerry and Kate McCann were giving the kids medication to keep them sleeping. That was in the newspapers as well at some point. Alice Ayers, Robert, there is evidence of an intruder in both. If you refer to Madeleine Mccann investigation as well, there is absolutely no evidence of an intruder in that apartment. Nothing. I'm not sure where you are getting the information about an intruder trying to take another girl the previous night, because it, there is no info about that anywhere. The girl who woke up the previous night was Madeline, who was heard screaming and crying for more than an hour without someone checking in on her, and she kept on shouting, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy," and the neighbor upstairs, Mrs. Fan, heard her crying for more than an hour. The man carrying sleeping child, the Smith man, they were 80% sure that the man carrying the child was Jerry McCann. There was absolutely no evidence in Madeleine McCann's case found in the apartment to suggest that there was an intruder there. There was no evidence whatsoever. Even the Tenorman sighting made by the allegations made by Jen Tenor, they are not real. They just don't make sense with anything, with absolutely nothing. I'm not sure about Joan Bennett Ramsey's case because I didn't look into it in much detail, so I can't really comment on that. But on Madeleine McCann, there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever about an intruder in the apartment. Which public had access to the reservation book from the restaurant? Only the staff had that. JD saying there was no DNA of Madeline in the apartment. How is that possible? Was she really there? That this can only be one reason or another, in my opinion. Either that she was never there, right? Because it's impossible not to have DNA when you spend a few days there. You have DNA everywhere without even realizing it. Or the apartment was cleaned. It was cleaned of any DNA or any evidence for that matter. Those are the only two possible options in my view. High truth coming to light. Evidence of a dead body there was. Watch the dogs alert to dead body. The dogs then went to work for the FBI. Yes, you are right. Truth coming to light. There was evidence of a dead body. The cadaver dog picked up the scent, and then also the blood dog picked up the scent. The McCanns, they tried really, really hard to discredit the dogs and the handler. So much so that they went to the length of saying and even bullying the dogs in the interview with Sandra, where Jerry McCann was saying, "As the dogs, Sandra." In any other case, a genuinely concerned parent and of a missing child would welcome any sort of information or help from everybody. So even that in itself, it's a big, big, big question mark. JD buying cleaning products, yeah, as it seems, Kate McCann was spotted buying cleaning products. Truth coming to light, Kate washed everything. Yes, she did. In my opinion, she washed everything. She washed Cuddle Cat. She washed clothing. She washed absolutely everything, and they cleaned that whole apartment. Or Madeleine McCann was never there. Alice is saying, Robert, neither is what you have against the parents. Against the parents, I can answer that for you, Alice. Against the parents, there are so many things. One, why did Kate McCann refuse to answer the 48 questions in her police interview? Why? Because she was advised by her lawyer not to do so. If you are a mother of a missing child, will you not answer questions just because the lawyer advises you not to, or would you do anything possible and answer any questions as long as it helps with finding your child? Alice is saying the little girl he tried to take was not Madeline, it was a girl 2 years older. It is in the documentary. The documentary on Netflix is biased. The documentary on Netflix, it only shows the side of the McCanns. So I watched the documentary, and in my opinion, the documentary is completely rubbish. The reconstruction they just made that reconstruction for the documentary because when Gonzalo Amaral asked them for a reconstruction, they plainly refused. Alice, did you ever read the PJ files? Truth coming to light is saying the Smith's ID could close this case, but they looked at Totman for years, and he just happened to be another doctor in PDL that week. Yes, don't you find it suspicious that there were so many doctors and medical professionals there at the same time, staying for the same amount of days? 90% of them flying from the UK to Portugal, and almost all of them flying back to the UK, apart from one, which was Philip Edmonds, who flew to Switzerland in such a rush that he even forgot to check out. I mean, come on, guys, seriously. What are the odds? What are the odds? And I'm not only talking about the tapas nine here. I'm not. I'm talking about there. At least there are more than 20 connected to each other, more than 20 people on that holiday guest list. I spent so much time researching, me and my husband, both of us. It's just unbelievable the connections you make if you look deep. Yeah, truth coming to light. I have the same list in one of my videos. If you look at my Madeleine McCann playlist, investigation episodes, the link is in the description here on this live. But I've covered this, and I actually went to the length of taking quite a few of them individually and talking about them. because there are so many connections. It's just unbelievable. And whoever says that those individuals, they are not connected to each other somehow, they are just refusing to see the bigger picture here, in my opinion, because the connection is there. You just need to be open-minded to see it. I am part of a lot of Facebook groups, and I'm not sure which Facebook group you refer to, but I have seen the list and I was working on the same list as well. Jade is asking, anyone searched the well in church and they were handed that the keys to the church, and how many pedo cases came out since about kids being abused? I've heard about quite a few cases. I am not sure if the well was searched at the church. I know they were handed the keys to the church. Yeah, it's truth coming to light. It has resurfaced this year. I mean, 2020. I have started looking into this case last year in June, I suppose. Yes, I think so. It was in June when I was really interested in looking deeper into it. And I think I started working on the list in October or November. It was already on Facebook, so it resurfaced once again. It's very good because a lot of people are still keeping this information and they share and reshare, and that's how we can still get it and we can still find some info there. But we know that over the years a lot of this was deleted, destroyed, blocked, whatever you want to call it. The team McCann, they were doing damage control with Clarence Mitchell and his whole team from number 10 or whatever when he worked there. So it is very surprising that after all these years, you still find the information you do online. Robert is saying genetic experiments or smells like pedophile action was going on there. See you guys later. It's a worldwide problem. See some of Sean Atwood's videos on YouTube. I am inclining to believe it might have been genetic experimentation as one of them. Is very hard to pinpoint and even try to prove. Alice is saying, yes, PJ Files biased against parents, documentary biased towards parents. So you have to kind of guess where the truth lies. The PJ Files can't be biased against the parents. It's official police files. It can't be biased against the parents. They are official police files. Yeah, and I believe that the truth lies with the parents, with Kate and Jerry McCann. I strongly believe that they know what happened with Madeleine McCann. And I don't believe that she was abducted. There was no proof of any intruder. The apartment was too clean, which is very surprising and suspicious. How is it possible that Madeleine's DNA was not found in the apartment? How? How is it possible? How would you explain the fact that Jerry had to fly back to the UK to grab a pillowcase from their house to take it back to Portugal for DNA testing? How is that possible? Does it really make sense? When you go on holiday, don't you put your hands on everything? Let's remember that those were children, 3 and 4 years old. I mean, sorry, 2 and 3 years old. And children, we know they like to touch stuff. They like to touch everything. You can't say that there was no DNA in that apartment unless it was on purposely cleaned. Alice is saying, McCanns are both doctors. My aunt and mom are nurses. All of our vacations were full of medical pros. Okay, yes, I get that. That they will be medical professionals going on vacation together. But you have to look deeper. There are so many connections between all of them. Truth is coming to light. I think they were for the parent because they didn't follow through with important questions as soon as British politics got involved. I think that the Portuguese police was pressured into shelving the investigation by the British. Yes, yeah, British politics were involved. They had to shelve the investigation. Gonzalo Amaral had to go because otherwise he would get too close to the truth. So they had to remove him from the investigation. He still, they destroyed his life. Kate and Jerry McCann and their legal team, they destroyed Tony Bennett's life. They are trying to destroy anyone's life who goes against them. If anything, the McCanns are at fault of neglect. How do you think it's okay to leave children unattended for every night so you can go and drink and eat your ass in the restaurant, and then to have the um, and then to dare to say that it is like being in your back garden having a barbecue? Does that really make sense? Do you just leave your 2 and 3 year olds alone for hours on end so you can go and drink and have fun and eat? What? Are you on holiday with your family, or what are you doing? Are you a teenager and you want to have fun? Then leave your kids back home so that someone else can look after them, but don't leave them alone when there was nanny service available. Why didn't they pay for nanny service? Why didn't they pay for the, knocking on the door service or listening at the door? Why didn't they take a baby monitor like one of the other couples did? There are just so many questions here of why, and at least they are at least guilty of neglect, and with neglect starts everything. Why did they stay in Portugal for so long? Damage control, and then they became suspects, and then they wanted to leave Portugal, to fled, or how is it called? Yes, to just leave Portugal. So until they became suspects, they were all high and mighty, saying, "We are not leaving Portugal without Madeleine Mccann, without our precious daughter." But then, as soon as they became suspects, they whooshed away from Portugal. So I don't. They, in my eyes, they are guilty. Jackie, Alice, they neglected the children, plus they wasn't very forthcoming in answering questions that may actually help find Madeline. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Yes. At the very least, they were guilty of neglect. At the very least. Truth is saying, took my twins and baby out in pushchairs. They all fell asleep every night, every year on holiday. I don't even think they did leave them alone every night. I don't think that they were left alone every night, and I think that they were all left in a room with someone supervising them. But obviously, they had to come up with this so that the story makes sense. Alice, I don't think you would stop talking if you would be your child. I wouldn't stop talking. I wouldn't care if they would make me a suspect or whatever. I wouldn't care. Robert says spilling milk is a mistake. Leaving 3 toddlers alone every night to go drinking and eating is not a mistake. It's child negligence. Of course, I completely agree with you. It is. It is plain and simple. Neglect. Why didn't the UK police accuse them of neglect? I have no idea. The Portuguese police, I know that they couldn't, because if they would, then they couldn't charge them with something more serious. So JD saying Jerry justified by comparing Jessica and Holly because their parents had a barbecue in the garden, and Jerry and Kate thought they would be okay eating at the tapas restaurant. It's hardly the same thing. Having a barbecue in the garden whilst your kids sleep upstairs is hardly the same thing with leaving them alone in the rooms whilst you go and dine, be it 5 minutes away walking, but in the middle of that walking route, you have a huge swimming pool, which can be very dangerous for a child or a toddler. So that comparison, in my opinion, was ridiculous. And it was just a justification that it's saying that it was okay, but it's not okay. Robert is saying, if I were innocent, I would answer anything to help find my child. I'd die to help my child. Exactly. I completely agree with you. Truth is saying, and those girls were older than Madeline, no comparison. I'm not sure about those girls because I'm not familiar with that case or what happened with them. I know that there was a comparison made by Jerry, and even if I wouldn't know that the girls were older, it still wouldn't make sense to me. Yeah, if the girls are older, yeah, that's fine, but they were still in their back garden having a barbecue. It's hardly the same thing when you have a huge pool in the middle. A huge pool. Just think about that, a huge pool. If you don't know how to swim, you can drown in that pool. I who was not suspect? I didn't say they were not suspects. What do you mean? And in a foreign country, yes, Robert, in a foreign country as well, where they don't know anyone, they don't know anything. And if you think about your own child, when your child is little and they wake up in a room which they don't recognize and they are not used to, they will panic. Jed is also asking, would the mother leave younger kids in a room knowing your oldest daughter missing and open window? Exactly. So she goes in, she finds out Madeline is gone missing, and in the same room the twins are sleeping, yet she leaves the twins alone in the room and then she goes running back to the restaurant to let the others know what happened. It doesn't make sense. Again, it doesn't make sense. So you leave the same room where your daughter was taken from, and you leave the twins alone there, who are even smaller, younger than Madeline. It's just ridiculous. I don't think you would stop talking. I don't think you would stop talking. No one would stop talking. I wouldn't stop talking. Robert wouldn't stop talking. It's like, it's like justifying their actions, really, which is not okay. They did everything they could to look for Madeleine McCann from the first night when they were first called in. They did more than the McCanns did, the police, including those people who joined the search until the early hours of the morning. People who didn't even know the McCanns, they joined the search. Yeah, the McCanns never once searched. Kate McCann even said that they were helping from inside on the computer. They were helping the search differently. How can you help a search from a computer? How? How do you help a search if you are not physically searching? The police looked at more suspects, but there was no suspect. Which suspect? Which suspect? Or everything, all the list that it was given to them, it turned out fake. The Jane Tanner story, it doesn't match with absolutely nothing. Jane Tanner's story, Jane Tanner's alleged abductor. And in the dark night, she managed to make out from the end of the road exactly what color shoes he's wearing, and what color jacket he's wearing. And oh, there are so many other things. All those private investigators who were hired, they were following false leads. Did you even look into in those private investigators that were hired, the control risks group, and and others, not only those, and Clarence Mitchell, who was hired for damage control from the beginning to deal with the press, and then the British media, who were allowed to publish in the newspapers only articles pro McCanns, nothing against the McCanns. They were even part of the Leveson inquiry. You really need to research into depth this. JD with the window open, that's the craziest story. It is true, truly it is, yes. Alice, answering police questions when they don't believe you is not helping your child, it's getting yourself arrested. But how would you know that they don't believe you? It's a part of a police investigation to ask questions, and it's your part as a parent to answer whatever questions. Who cares if you get arrested or not? If it helps in finding your child, then whatever. It's just common sense and maternal paternal instinct. Why did Jerry answer all the questions? Why did he answer all the questions yet Kate didn't answer any? Where is the logic in that? Truth is saying Kate and Jerry didn't go out until 4 in the morning when David Payne heard them leave the apartment. Where did they go? Where did they go? Good question. No, if you don't tell all, how do you know if what you say may be worthy? Exactly, exactly. And the police is there to listen to you regardless. And they are there to try to find out the truth about what happened. And I think that it's your duty as a parent to answer those questions. And then again, why is Jerry answering but she's not answering? Again, it doesn't make sense, does it? Yes, the McCanns left Portugal as soon as they became official suspects in Portugal. Yes, in September, if I'm not mistaken, they did leave Portugal. Yes. Erona is saying, I just wanted to say, I always thought is the parents. I agree with you. I think the same. Kate and Jerry McCann, they know exactly what happened with Madeleine McCann. Alice is saying, so they were not suspects before. They were not suspects before September. No, no, they were not suspects. They were made suspects in September. And as soon as they were made suspects, the British government arranged for a private Ryanair, I think, or EasyJet flight to take them to Britain. And in Britain, they were greeted at the airport like they were the king and the queen, and they were brought home in a Secret Services car, and they were followed by the police in the UK for their own protection. I don't know if I've seen any parents of missing children getting this kind of treatment. Debbie is asking, why did they give police photo of Maddie when she was 2? Exactly why? Why did they choose that photo of her when she was 2? When she was almost 4 when she went missing, why would you give a 2 years old photo? It doesn't make sense. JD and Kate said she didn't sleep 2 days, but realistically, if child missing mother wouldn't sleep a lifetime, and I like to see all the birthday gifts they got for her in case she comes back. Debbie, I don't believe that. They probably gave them several photos. I believe they are slanting the case. Why don't you go and look for the photos yourself online and look for all the photos of Madeleine McCann and answer then why are all those photos so different to each other, presumably the same age. They are so different to each other that sometimes they don't even look like Madeleine McCann. Did you even think about that? Did you put those photos next to each other and compare them? Because I did, for example, including with all the ifits in this case, and you would be surprised to see what some of the ifits they are similar to people who are already convicted. So I will let you do your own research. I'm not going to influence your research because it's obvious that you set up your own mind about this, and we have a different opinion. But if you would look into more depth, you would find out more. Debbie saying, Robert is saying, Alice, are you paid by the McCanns? Debbie is saying parents are involved, in my opinion. I agree with you. I think that the parents know exactly what happened. Alice is asking Robert, so why stay in the first place? They left when they became suspects, meaning they were not suspects at first, correct? No, they were not suspects at first. But weren't they the ones who kept on saying always in the media that they won't leave Portugal until they find Madeleine McCann because they want to live with Madeleine McCann from Portugal back home in the UK? And then as soon as they became suspects, they just quickly jumped on the plane and came in the UK. They were not thinking about being in Portugal until they find Madeleine McCann. Erona is saying, I did a video 10 years ago, again, molestation. Truth is saying, I think Maddie was being abused by people who were there. I don't know who, but that's my opinion. Abused in what way? Like child abuse or something more serious? In my honest opinion, I do think that Jerry McCann, he's a controlling man, and I think that he abused Kate McCann, in my opinion, and it's possible that he abused the kids as well. Erona, how do I connect with you? If you go onto my About tab on my channel, you will see my email address. So if there's anything that you want to send me, I am always available on my email address as well. So Alice is saying police make it obvious when they don't believe you, and I don't believe she didn't answer. And yeah, she answered only one out of the 49 questions. Sorry, she answered one. And you still didn't answer my question, for example. Why did Jerry McCann answer all those questions and Kate McCann didn't? Wasn't the police behaving the same way with Jerry McCann as with Kate McCann? Robert is saying they were made, argued those only late August or early September. Yes, it's true, they were made. I think it was, yeah, probably early September. Alice, I already answered that question to you so many times. They said they are not leaving Portugal until they find Madeleine McCann. The damage control was there from the beginning to begin with. They were the ones who contacted the press the same night that Madeleine went missing. Clarence Mitchell came in Portugal a few days after Madeleine McCann went missing. Why was he sent to Portugal? Why was the British ambassador sent to Portugal a few days after Madeleine McCann went missing? Why was such a big involvement from the British government for two doctors whose child went missing in Portugal? Did you ever see the British government getting involved in any other missing children's case like they did with the McCanns? Can you answer that question? You seem so set in your ways, but there are questions which there are things which just don't make any sense. Jade is asking which missing child parents made a millionaire celebrity name. One case. Apart from the McCanns, I don't think there is any. I don't think there is any. that they were made suspects and fled back to UK. Yes, the government even sent them a flight. I think it was EasyJet, possibly a private flight. And at the airport in the UK, they were greeted by black vans from the secret services, I think, and they were escorted home even. So how can you even be comparing that case with this? So again, why did Jerry McCann answer the questions and she didn't? All right, okay. So yeah, like I said, if there is anything that you want to send me, if you go on my channel, there is an about section, and you can find my email address on there. So you can contact me on my email address, and I can have a look at it after I finish this live. Zara Baker, I haven't heard of that case, but I would be interested if there is something that you want to send me. I will definitely have a look at it. JD is saying follow the money. You are right. I am trying to follow the money, and you wouldn't even imagine where it leads me. They'll be saying, oh, why leave if they were innocent? Exactly. That's exactly the whole point of it. Why leave if they were innocent? But of course, as soon as they were made suspects, they left. They left Portugal. And my question again was, why did Jerry McCann answer all those questions, but she refused to answer the same questions? Possibly the same questions. I'm not sure if they're the same, but anyway, he answered she didn't. So now they had kids to think about, but they didn't have kids to think about when they left them all alone in the rooms. Debbie saying they are guilty, and that's my opinion. I completely agree. I think they are guilty as well, and obviously, in my opinion, everybody is entitled to their own opinions, but to me, they are guilty. Alice, you are free to believe whatever you like and whatever you want. No one is saying, you can't believe those things. Everything is in the PJ files. Those are official police files, just like British police files are. So, mm, I think, Robert, I think it's much bigger than just pedophilia, really. JD saying it's higher than the government, I think, because I don't want to speculate. Honestly, when I was doing my research for Porton Down and Madeleine McCann's connection, I found links to the US. I found links to Germany. So as ridiculous as it may sound, I think it's much bigger than a case of pedophilia here, and possibly that pedophilia is the lesser evil the public, or people to think about. Like Theresa May was saying that if people would know the truth, there would be riots on the streets. Yeah, Alice, I think what Robert was suggesting, it's a really good thing. You should probably go and read the PJ files, including the questions that Kate McCann didn't answer, and then you should ask yourself why didn't she answer those questions? Because none of those questions were incriminatory or making her look guilty. They were basic questions to help in their child's disappearance. Debbie saying Porton Down up the road from me. Porton Down, a lot of things are happening at Porton Down. At least two or three doctors on the guest list from the Ocean Club Resort at the time of Madeleine's disappearance are working or connected to Porton Down. So there is another one. Plus, not to mention that there were so many experiments happening at Porton Down. I'm not sure if was it in the 70s or 80s. I can't remember now exactly the year, but it involved British soldiers who are being told that they are being given, you know, injections for flu, when in fact they were experimenting on them with mustard gas and others. And their families found out so many years later, and they were trying to sue them, and obviously they got settlements. But everything I'm saying, it's available online, including on Wikipedia, so it can very easily be confirmed. Then you also have there was a huge scandal, I think, a couple of years ago, a year or 2 years ago, where they were using at Porton Down live animals for experimentation. So again, cruelty towards animals. Then, whilst I was doing my research on Porton Down, I also found out a few incident report books published online, which were over a few years. And it seems very strange that for a facility as big as Porton Down, there were just very minor incidents being reported in the incident book, such as, let's say, a spillage on the floor, or a glass broke and someone cut their finger, or things like that. You have to think, even in a supermarket, at the amount of people that work there, which are not very many, there will be daily accidents happening, and all of those accidents, they are reported in the incident report book. I used to work for Tesco. I used to be a team leader in Tesco, and I know the procedures for a supermarket, for example. And there were, in the store I used to work in, there were at least 5 accidents on a daily basis, incidents in that store. And it's retail. You have a facility like Porton Down, you have labs, you have experimentation happening, you have so many things involved. And yet, over the years, you have only a few minor incidents reported in the incident report book. It doesn't make sense. Something is off there. They are not declaring everything that is going on there. I think that's the truth. JD saying Kate would have broken down if she answered the questions. Jerry is a narcissist. He wouldn't have a problem lying. JD, yes, right up my street. Yes, I completely agree with you. She would have been the first one to crack. And I think that that's why she refused to answer those questions. And I also believe that her lawyer knew that she would incriminate herself, and that's why he advised her not to answer any questions, and that's why she didn't answer any questions. Jerry, on the she is yes, if you put pressure on her, she would definitely crumble under the pressure. She would crack. On the opposite end, you have Jerry, who is a narcissistic control freak. He is very confident in his story, and he's you know what, he's very hard to read, but there are a few things there which are just unmissable, really. Like, for example, the reason why they always hold hands in the interviews is because he is giving Kate a signal when she needs to shut up, or when she says something that she shouldn't have said. So he is giving her a signal with his hand, I possibly with his finger, because the way that he is holding her hand is like this is hidden here, right? And so when he moves it, no one can tell that he moves it. And that's a signal for her to shut up. So he's very controlling, and he's also in control on what he's saying. So yes, he would be a very difficult one to crack, if not impossible to crack, in my opinion. Robert is saying, yes, James, we are just expressing our opinions. The child is missing. We all should care. Yeah, of course, we are all expressing our opinions. We can't say with certainty, this is exactly what happened or that is exactly what happened. In the end, we all try to find out what happened with Madeleine McCann. And all we can do is just speculate and talk about it, really. Emilio, hi, thank you for joining. If the McCanns are guilty, why are prosecutors swaying in a completely different direction? Which prosecutors? Do you refer to the British police or do you refer to the Portuguese police? Ah, you mean the Germans? I think that the Germans, they are just trying to show that they have the person responsible and they are the one who will be, let's say, solving the case. So it's sort of like a battle between police forces, because you have the Portuguese police, and then you have the British police, and now you have the German police. So it's like everybody's trying to be the winner of who is the case, if you like. James is saying very difficult to prove guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This case has had millions spent on it and investigated by millions of self-made detectives. Not one person solved it. No, we can't solve it because we don't have all the facts, and also we don't have everything that the police has. It's impossible to solve it in this way, and to me, I believe that this will turn into a cold case. Either someone will be a scapegoat just for the sake of it, so they close the case already, or it will be a cold case. Alice is saying, with the West, we have video showing they lied about the kids being in the yard. To me, video is complying. This case has so much conflicting info. Yeah, that's why we have to decide ourselves which information we believe and which we don't. West, it's more straightforward in a sense, because there is footage available. The neighbors footage in the McCann's case, there's not much info to go on about, apart from the PJ files and the official things we know. James, your comments are not being overlooked. I was on Emilio's comment before you commented, so he wrote it on a few rows, and I was trying to make sense of it. Alice is saying police do have the facts and didn't solve it. If you mean the Portuguese police was pressured into shelving the case. The British police is being pressured not to investigate the parents. Statistically, even on the COP website, it says that when a child goes missing, the first people to be investigated are the parents, because in 80% of the cases, the parents or the immediate family is involved. Kate and Jerry McCann, they were never investigated in the UK. And there is a remit on the investigation in the UK saying that the parents cannot be investigated. Why? Why would the parents not be investigated? And why wouldn't the parents want to get their names cleared, if they are not guilty, you know? JD saying, what happened to the German prisoner in UK that was mentioned in BBC Panorama program? You mean Christian Bruckner, or is that the other one? Because either way, if it's the other one, as far as I understand, they were trying to question him again, and they questioned him a few years ago already about Madeleine Mccann, but they want to look again into him and question him. So I don't know. I mean, it seems like they were trying so hard with Christian Bruckner to pin this on him and to try and find evidence on him, and they are sort of giving up after they embarrassed themselves, the media, and now they are trying to jump on another one. So you see here, it's like they're just trying to find someone to pin this on. It doesn't necessarily have to be the right person, but just someone. Well, why did Tony Blair get involved in this? Why did Gordon Brown get involved in this? Why did David Cameron get involved in this? Why did Theresa May get involved in this? Why did Rebecca Brooks get involved in this? Do you know Rebecca Brooks? She works for News of the World, what used to be News of the World. The owner is Rupert Murdoch, who was directly connected to Clarence Mitchell and the McCanns and so on. I don't want to go in so much detail because I will be here until in the morning. But there are so many questions. There are so many questions of why. Why would they let themselves get pressured? If the McCanns would be just doctors without anything else, think about that as well. If you would go on holiday in a foreign country and your child would go missing, would you get the British government directly involved into that disappearance, even if you'd be a doctor? What was so special about them for the government to get involved? What was so special about them for Clarence Mitchell from the government to be sent there days after Madeleine disappeared? What was so special about these two doctors that the British ambassador had to be there and talk to them? What was so important about them? There was something which was not the fact that they are doctors. The role of the police is to find what happened with Madeleine McCann. To begin with, from the beginning, the Portuguese police, their role was to find out where Madeleine McCann was. That should be the main focus of this. Not the fact that they don't plan to clear them or not clear them. Who cares about that? Who cares about if they are cleared or they are not cleared, or if they should have been cleared or not? In the end, it's not about them. It's about Madeleine McCann. Madeleine McCann is gone missing, not them. James is saying, "Pray I am right. It's a mystery until it's solved." I really hope you are right. I really hope that JD is going to end up someone who's passed away as a phantom suspect and pin it on him, and it's a cover up or hoax. Definitely, my opinion, like 9/11 and 7/7 terror attacks. Yes, I believe that 9/11 was an inside job. Yes, it might be someone who's passed away who will be made the scapegoat. I don't know. The truth is that they want to pin it on someone because this circus has been going on for too long, and people are getting fed up with it, and they have to. They have to put a stop to this because it's just too much, and there's just too much justification needed from the British government, from the Met Police, from Scotland Yard. Too much justification. I'm still asking, why are they still giving out so much funding for a missing child's case when she wasn't found for so long, when there are missing children going missing every single year, and there's barely any money for those kids. But for this investigation, there's always money. Like every 6 months, there's a couple of £100,000 being put in the fund, which is not fair to all the other children who are missing and to their parents. And then you, as a parent of a missing child, you watch on the telly, you read in the newspapers, oh, the McCanns, they got again funding, the McCanns, they did this, they did that, they helped this way, the McCanns, and so on and so forth. And then you, as a parent of a missing child, you end up asking yourself, why? Why are they helping them with so much funding, but they are not helping me? Why not me as well? My child is missing. How is that fair? No, it's not fair. Alice, I'm as serious as I can be. I am as serious as I can be. You will not change my opinion on this. It's, you know, just as I can't change your own opinion on it. Like I said, the police was focusing their investigation on finding out what happened with Madeleine McCann. If a parent is not guilty, they will not care whatever the police throws at them. They do have two children to think about, yes, but also the police is fair. And it's hardly the case where they falsely accuse someone and they end up in jail for years and years. They need evidence, they need proof for that. The fact that they were made suspects does not mean that they were arrested and put in prison. And when Kate McCann was questioned, they were not made suspects at that point. JD, totally agree. JD, did you watch 7/7 Ripple Effect documentary? People, please watch and see your eyes on the government cover-ups. I haven't watched the Ripple Effect documentary 7/7, but I know that there are so many government cover-ups. I know, and the truth is that the non-believers, they will never believe anyway, even if these things stare them in the face, they still won't believe it. So sometimes there's no point in trying to convince people who don't share your views. So yeah. Alice is saying we can't blame the McCanns for getting additional help. Then who can we blame? The government? Who were the ones asking for funding? The McCanns. The McCanns were the ones. Do you know how much money Kate McCann made on her book about Madeleine McCann, which was not even about Madeleine McCann, but more about her tiny little genitalia, as she said in the book, and her sex life with Jerry McCann? And she made around £1 million for selling the rights to that book. Did you know that? Rebecca Brooks and Kate and Jerry McCann, they were all three of them part of the Leveson inquiry. Did you know that? If you didn't know that, you can search it and Google it. Leveson inquiry. More details there. So it's also not the McCann's fault that they became millionaires after their daughter's disappearance. It's not their fault. It was just an opportunity for them, right? JD is saying the government was the first to get involved. Open your eyes, Alice. Alice is saying I would ask for it for my kids too. Would you be given it? That's the question. Would you be given it? All that funding? No, you wouldn't. None of us would. JD saying that millionaire. Well, yeah, they are millionaires. Did you see their net worth now is in the millions of pounds? I don't know which parents of missing children they are worth now millions of pounds. I don't know. I haven't heard of this. Never in my life. Refer to my last comment. Which one? Pray I am right. It's a mystery until it's solved. JD, if it turns out she was snatched from the hotel and they catch the guy, what would you say? Sorry? Um, Hold on, James. I'm gonna try to find out that comment under it. Um, I don't see any other comment after that one. Can you put that comment again? I don't see it. I'm not seeing it. $235. I can't see it, James. Can you put it again? I can't see it. I don't have any timestamps on my chat. I don't have any timestamps here. You can see the timestamps. I can't. Or maybe, hold on. Oh yes, I can see the timestamps now. Hold on. 2:35. There is no comment of yours at 2:35. It's Alice's comment. There are organizations dedicated to people falsely convicted. It happens a lot.
Everything.
Hello.
Hello. Anything new?
Well, a couple of comments here. I'm catching up on them. JD saying, Cat, I'm laughing my head off. Well, I didn't know about, before I get onto that comment, I didn't know about the organization dedicated to people falsely convicted. Yes, I'm not saying it doesn't happen a lot, but I don't think that would be the answer questions. Alice is saying that it should be for all, but you're blaming the wrong person. If your kids were missing and they helped you more than others, should we hate you? People are not hating the McCanns because of that. But also, if your child goes missing, you don't become a millionaire.
Not only that, but there are other parents who don't get any funds.
I was just mentioning that, yeah, just previously.
They got over 13 million.
Yeah, just imagine those people, those parents who have missing children, and they see on the TV all these things about Jerry and Kate McCann that they receive funding every 6 months. They read in the newspapers, and then they ask themselves, "Why them? Why not me? Because my child is missing as well. Why are they important
And
and
for
I'm
so
not?"
many years.
Yeah. Emilio is saying the Germans must have some hard evidence on Brunner that links him to this case. Why else would they keep putting the heat on him? They risk all credibility and embarrass themselves internationally. Honestly, I think that the Germans, they've already embarrassed themselves internationally, just like the British police did in this case. I don't think Christian Bruckner had anything to do with Madeleine McCann's disappearance whatsoever. There's no shred of evidence that shows that Christian Bruckner was there. And if you think about what other people are saying, that his phone pinged at the resort. No, his phone didn't ping at the resort. It pinged like 3 miles away from the resort because there was no tower there. Anybody could have been 3 miles from the resort. He lived in the area at the time. He could have been just walking by 3 miles away from the resort. There is no evidence against him being there. Where is that? Guys, can you please keep it polite in the comments? I don't want to have to start blocking people, please.
Well,
I'm sorry, guys. I need to step out for a second.
the dogs. Well, we did talk about the dogs, and obviously those dogs are trained to do the job. Uh, it's not like you are just taking a puppy and put it there in the place. Come on, sniff for me. So those dogs are trained for years and years, and they do a good job. Oh, right. Uh, Debbie says all they done is made money off money. Yeah. Well, they got book, they got covered, they got funds, they got all sorts. So yeah. JD, we don't know about Alice, but there are plenty on payroll, as I believe. We had some discussions about some people using various words, and I don't know. I'm just not getting involved in that, but my wife knows better. Yeah, as my wife was saying about Bruckner, yeah, they can't pinpoint on Bruckner everything because, to be honest, I've done I've done pretty much at least 60-70% of the research into this case, and I pretty much know what it's all about. So Bruckner wasn't in the right place as they put him initially. Yes, Debbie. Everybody has the right to an opinion. To be honest, either way, we should respect each other. So just leave it there. Uh, Sniffer dogs are reliable. That's why they are used by the police, by the FBI, by different agencies. You can't really say they are not reliable, um, Alice. Uh, the dogs are used in various places by various agencies, including FBI, police, um, drugs, cadavers, everywhere. Everybody is welcome, Alice, but obviously there are some things which we discussed earlier, and we try to not really go back. Um, um, well, let's try to keep it low with the, you know, pointing fingers at each other because it's not nice. We should respect each other either way. Um, so I don't know what my wife covered up to this point, but I would like to add that we will talk next about bottom down. Uh, it's an important thing to talk about. We have a lot of research done and so many things to add about bottom down. Uh, it's a bit scary as well to add all that information into video, but obviously we'll have to make it somehow short in a way to make you guys understand what's all about. But there's many projects, many agencies involved in important down in the government since Margaret Thatcher, since let's say 70s. Uh, they try to cover their traces somehow, so they kept adding various private agencies into Porton Down. Um, there were cases and cases which they are not anywhere to be found, but we came across families who were complaining and literally crying about their relatives working there and having accidents, sort of um, part of some projects which they didn't know. Obviously, they got into helping, but they couldn't help themselves, and they got into a big mess. Some of them they died. Some of them they uh, became really, they got really ill. Um, so we have to add some info about various cases. They put some sort of record book, but in that record book, obviously they don't put the big accidents. They just put like grazing, some scratches, and some sort of minor accidents. They don't really talk about big accidents that happen there. Uh, right, let's go back to comments here. Uh, JD says you can't mess around with evidence and the facts, blood and death smell found in flat. So please read this case before you say David to read advocate. Well, um, I don't know about Zapata case, but I will have a look. Uh, there's probably some information there, but I'm not sure. I don't know about the case. I have to read it and get into it to see what it is. Um, but evidence was a lot of evidence in Maddie's case. It was there were so many things to add, which some of them they got really, kind of out of the panel. So they didn't use all the evidence, and maybe the Portuguese police has evidence which others don't know. The Germans are kind of like on the at the end of the tunnel, sort of. They have Bruckner, which the uh, British police try to kind of, pinpoint somehow. Uh, but as I said, he was in the wrong. I mean, he was in another area at that time, and I don't know why they said about his
No,
phone.
because his phone pinged in the area, but there is no tower there, so it could have very well been that it pinged 3 miles away, his phone. But also at the same time, Jerry McCann's phone pinged in an area which was quite suspicious, along with Robert Murat. So there are so many things which but
Yeah,
the Germans are the ones trying to pin it on Christian Bruckner because they received some information from the British police about it. James and JD and guys, please keep it polite in the comment section. Thank you.
um, as I said, everybody has its own opinion. We are not here to judge. We are just here to put the fact and the evidence.
Not evidence. Don't say
But
evidence.
kind of
Because
like what we found. At least I'm a bit on the more like straightforward type of person. My wife tries to, in my opinion, in my eyes.
yeah, because you have to
Yeah, I
legally,
understand that.
cover
I
yourself really.
understand that. Anyway, let's go back to um,
Was it Emilio? The next
10
comment.
million Smithman claims to be 68% certain that he saw Jerry carrying Maddie that night. How does this piece hold up in a court of law if he's 20 to 40% wrong? Uh, right.
This piece only obviously wouldn't hold in court, but if you have more to piece together, to put together, and to present it to the jurors, they can possibly reach a conclusion, or they can take it into consideration. On its own, it's not very valuable, especially because he came forward so late.
The thing about Smithman, they were three groups.
Yes, they were a big family. All of them went on holiday. They were split into three groups.
Yeah, so just think about three different groups of people. Obviously, there were about what 15 people at
I think
least,
they were around
maybe more.
12. No, they were not
No,
for more than 15.
right.
No.
Well, let's say 10 people.
And
Can
the
you?
father and the son spotted Jerry. I believe.
So there were two, three people
Yeah.
that claimed that
Yeah,
saw.
because the father and the son, they were together in that group. They were
Yeah,
walking together, and Jerry or that person passed by them.
yeah, and then you take in consideration the Jane Tanner's man that she saw,
Yeah, yeah, the Tanner man,
and
yeah,
she
which
was
was
by
the,
herself.
yeah, she was by herself.
So there's one person saying one thing, and then there's two, three persons saying the same thing, which you take in consideration. Then
Yeah.
what,
And
where
then
is the balance in
and
there?
then you also have Totman, yeah, who came forward to say that he was the man that Jane Tanner saw. However, his story doesn't make sense, or Jane Tanner's story doesn't make sense, because Jane Tanner said that the person, the abductor, went in the opposite direction that Dr. Totman went. So
Yeah,
again, it's contradicting information.
yeah.
So James is saying, so what if he saw Jerry? That doesn't mean Jerry murdered Madeline.
No, nobody said that.
It also doesn't mean that he didn't. For all we can't be sure of what happened.
No,
That's obvious.
no. I mean, there's opinions and opinions, but we didn't say that, did we? We just said that we don't know what happened, and that's why we were talking about options here. But we don't. We have no proof. No, we just have options, and we have to kind of balance it somehow. We just have the time to kind of explain our sides, isn't it?
Yeah.
Our angles, our views somehow. But I believe the most plausible one is the one with the government and putting down and all that.
There is no other explanation, in my
Yeah,
opinion, as to why would the government be involved from such an early stage.
yeah,
And then there is also the surprising move that Clarence Mitchell made. So he had a permanent job there, right?
yeah,
He left that job to work for the McCanns. And why would you leave a permanent job for another job where you have no idea, maybe tomorrow she will be found and you are without a job? Why would he do that? Unless he knew with certainty that he's going for a new job, you know,
yeah,
to stay there.
yeah. I mean, I personally wouldn't leave a job which is permanent in a good position because he was working with Gordon Brown at the time, isn't it?
Yeah,
So just imagine to leave a job like that for a family
a family of doctors.
of doctors with their disparate child. Obviously, he had his own ways. He had a big advantage to make that move, isn't it?
Yeah.
Uh, but obviously, we don't know what advantages there because he had more coverage working with Gordon Brown than. But he probably wanted something different. He knew what to say, what to do. He had his own team, and they worked out pretty nice. And look at them now, all covered. It's fine. It's good.
Yeah. So let's move on to the comments again. So, James, I'm going to sum your comments up into one. So, you want the facts, and the forensics were inconclusive. All those characters don't exist, just diversion. The JB, that's circumstantial hearsay. Right. So, about the lab in Birmingham, the FSS. Control Risks Group were hired by the McCanns to help with the investigation, right? At the same time, Control Risks Group were lobbying for a private firm and for the FSS, the lab in Birmingham. The FSS was supposed to be bought by a purchaser in America. Okay, so at the same time, control risks group were lobbying for the FSS. They were part of the investigation for the McCanns. Do you really think that's a coincidence? And how unbiased do you think that those investigators were, and also the lab in Birmingham, when they were going through a sale?
Yeah, they came up after with so many tests that they were wrong.
And how is it called? Oh, the preliminary report came back with Madeleine DNA's being found. And
Yes.
then there was the final report, all of a sudden changed everything,
Yeah.
where he said that the samples were contaminated and there were various people's DNAs found in the samples, and a lot of those people were actually working at the lab. You know what? This Birmingham lab was world renowned for the work they did there. So, in my opinion, it would have been impossible to show the when you as a lab are world renowned for your testing and for your work.
Yeah.
And then in this particular case, go figure, in no other case, you mess up the samples. I don't buy that.
Yeah, and so many other cases as well in that particular lab. Oh, they got contaminated.
Yeah.
There were about so many other cases in there.
Well, yeah, they were investigated, and it was found out that there were a lot of other cases who were messed up because of their.
So what will happen with the other cases then?
I don't know, but that lab is not anymore. So.
Well, yeah, they made it disappear because obviously it was about things they didn't want to show. That's all.
JD saying, Cat, tell James about the evidence. Well, that's what I've been trying to do this whole live. Obviously, I can't say with certainty that I'm 100% sure what I'm talking about is evidence, because if anyone could say that, then we would have someone in prison by now. The reason why we don't have is because there is a lot of
it's like
is an attempt made to cover up things.
It's like the left washes the
Yes,
right, and that's it. Finish, or vice versa, and that's how it works.
This was from the beginning. They were what?
Pre-planned, I believe.
Yeah, but it was from the beginning made in such a way to derail everything, to derail the investigation, to derail any possible lead or anything like that. Why do you think there were so many sightings around the world on Madeleine Mccann? Those were all fake sightings, and they were placed there on purpose. Those money that went to the McCanns, in my opinion, they were used to cover and derail the investigation as much as possible. And we got to this point where we are now, where no one is sure of anything.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly what you said.
What?
Somebody was jailed by now.
Yeah. So if there was enough proof, evidence, forensics, body murder, then we would be jailing someone, but we are not. So why? This is what I just said now. JD saying, Kat, you think the West case will carry on like Madeleine and John B. Ramsey case, like we be talking in years too about these West boys? About the West boys, I do believe that the parents are involved in some way, and if it is a trafficking ring, for example, I don't really think that it will be found out. If it's something more sinister going on, like I was talking in my other videos, as in trafficking, but for organ harvesting, those boys will never be found, because if they are found, there is the evidence of organs missing. So
but no,
this can of worms needs to be closed. It can't be open.
Yeah.
In this case,
I mean, if if there's something to, I'll add to what my wife said. There's if there's a ring, we talk about we talk about a ring here anyway. But if a judge does makes moves, sudden moves like that without even double thinking, you know, that means it's a big thing there, and big people are involved. This will never come to surface. So that's why I think it will go for a while, but they will try to cover it.
Hi, Veronica Garcia. Why the sad face? Tell me more. Maybe I can help you. Hola, ¿cómo estás? I speak Spanish as well a little bit.
Yeah.
Debbie is saying, James, dogs found blood and the smell of that. Where that come from then? That's a very good question. That had to come from somewhere. They wouldn't pick those out for nothing, for no reason.
Yeah.
James is saying, I have theory and opinion, but I don't believe the McCanns are guilty. I believe Madeleine is alive, well, and illegally adopted into an altruistic family. Well, like we said throughout this entire life, everybody is entitled to their own opinion. So, of course, that's your opinion. You know, you are more than free to have yours. The way I see it is not my opinion. The way I see it, the parents are guilty. So,
Uh, let's say we can't really say, well, they are guilty for one thing, but they are definitely guilty for being, like neglecting those kids.
oh yes, they are guilty of that,
I mean,
definitely.
how can you leave your three kids in the room in the apartment, and you go to eat and drink and have fun? There is nobody, in the night like that.
Although it is,
How?
although it is possible those kids were never left alone. Although it's quite possible that all of the kids from the group were in one room supervised by one adult
Yeah, well,
at all times.
I don't know, but I wouldn't do such thing, to be honest.
No.
I'm literally, it's impossible.
The least they are guilty of neglect, and this is the least.
Yeah.
The minimum.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
To not say about the medication they were offering. I mean,
Yeah.
were to keep them
Sleeping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So those two things, which I believe they are guilty of.
And let's not forget that also they are doctors. They have access to medication.
Yeah.
They have access to medication which can put you to sleep for a long time. So
yeah. Right. Hi Jorge.
Hi
¿Cómo
Jorge.
estás? ¿Estás bien?
I recognized your name. I
Yeah.
know who you are.
Yeah.
So finally, last time my live got cut off because of an internet connection, and I figured it wasn't the connection. See?
Yeah, but even
it's my
here,
computer.
the connection is kind of slow, but it's better than because the laptop has a problem with the card.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have to fix it somehow.
Debbie saying, James, I think she died in 5A, and it got cover up. My opinion. This is one of the possibilities.
Yeah.
And if she fell and she died in 5A, I think that one of the reasons for the cover up would be either that she had something in her system and it would potentially be discovered if an autopsy was done, or they didn't want it to be discovered in case they would be accused of neglect, because then the twins would be taken from their care.
Yes.
So yes, that can be a possibility, of course.
Yeah.
James is saying, think what you like, but prove it. Well, none of us can prove anything, just like you can't prove anything either.
Yeah.
Because again, I'm saying if someone can prove anything, then the guilty people would be in prison.
Yeah.
Or if there wouldn't be so much cover up and pressure, political pressure. JD is saying, James, that's what you think. Where the proof that she's alive? More chances she's dead. JD, yes, I agree with you. I do believe as well that she's dead. And I also think that her body will never be found. Her body would say too much of a story, or
Yeah.
a really big story if it would be found.
You see, Jorge here, he's saying that in Houston, Texas, the lights keep going on and we don't have water.
Oh, Bia was telling me earlier about that, and she said that you might not be able to join us live because of it. I'm hoping
Yeah.
it's getting better now.
Right.
James is saying, wait and see, but I've got more chance of her coming out than finding her dead. Well, we'll wait and see, but I
I
don't expect that to happen.
I do hope, for the sake of Maddie, I do hope she's alive and well. No matter where she is, I just hope that she's alive and well. That's all, because she was just what, 4 when it happened.
She was almost 4. She wasn't even 4. She was
See,
supposed to be 4
so how
in
can
a
you
few days after.
how can you think something bad about a kid that age? Let's say, I don't. I'm just.
Okay, Emilio is saying Jerry and Kate are doctors. I can't imagine they wouldn't try to resuscitate their daughter if it was, well,
An
Emilio,
accident.
yes. Oh, yeah, he put it up after. Okay. Emilio, yes, that's understandable. They are doctors, they could resuscitate her. But what if, when they found her, she was already dead? Then they couldn't have done anything to help her. And also, again, if we look at the blood stains on the wall and on the floor, I can't show you the photos now of the crime scene, or from the PJ files from the room, from the living room, but it appears that if you draw a graphic or something, I found a photo somewhere, the pattern of the blood splatters on the wall and on the floor on the tires, it's very similar to someone trying to be resuscitated, like when you put pressure on the chest, and if they have a sort of like a brain injury, they
Yeah, well,
they spit blood in a certain pattern because of the brain damage which was already there.
Yeah.
And they are resuscitating her, so they are pressuring on her chest. And
well, maybe they tried and they couldn't revive her. That's one of the things we were thinking about. Uh, One of the options were an accident, and the second was our project.
Yeah.
So that's our, two options there. The other options, they were earlier, at an early stage, because as soon as you get deeper and deeper into this case, then you'll realize that something is not really adding up. So one certain thing is, the government is too deep into this, and there is a reason for that. That's what I'm saying and I'm thinking about.
Hi, Doddridge. Doddridge is saying, in my opinion, neglect is their alibi. Yes, I'm inclined to believe that as well. I don't think that they were ever left alone. I think that all the kids were in one room, and at all times, one adult was supervising them.
Maybe it was from the medication that she was given, and
Look,
she was probably, dizzy.
yes, that can be an option as well. Look, I was doing a bit of research into the coloboma of the iris, right? Because as far as we know, she had coloboma of the iris. And it turns out that in some situations, the coloboma of the iris gives you heart defects, okay?
Yeah.
We know from their grandparents, from Kate McCann's parents, I believe, that she would give them Calpol night, Calpol.
Yeah.
In that time, Calpol contained an ingredient which causes
dizziness and
yes,
to sleep.
Yes, to sleep. It was how do you call it? Like oh my god, I forgot the name now. Oh my god, why are we both missing the name at the same time?
Because too much information, then you get kind of
like an anesthetic type of thing, where it puts you in a very deep sleep, and that combined with her condition, presumably a heart defect because of the coloboma of the iris that can give your heart palpitations, that can cause dizziness. And with coloboma of the iris, you can also have light sensitivity and very, very severe headaches. So all of them combined could have been that she went out of the bedroom, she was climbing on the sofa, she lost balance, she fell somehow, hit her head, and an accident happened. And possible the cover up because she had those drugs in her system.
So why the government is covering this up and gets involved into politics side of it? And
That's
also, why do they offer so many millions of pounds funding this if there wasn't accident?
that's why I'm not. That's why I don't exactly believe in an
Right.
accident as such
Anyway,
because of neglect.
uh, channel the
You see, James, you're saying that you are positive about Madeline being alive, finding the truth, and proving that we should never give up. We are also trying to prove that we should never give up, and we are open to all options. So, that's why we are having this conversation right now.
Yeah, Debbie, we don't know if she's there or alive, so we just speculate at this moment.
Honestly, I don't believe at all that she will be found. I don't think she will be found.
If she would be found, probably many people will come down. Will just, will probably uh, be a huge loss to the government, and people won't trust anymore uh, anything.
Say not negative. I'm blaming people for crimes that cannot be proved. No one is blaming anyone. We are talking about our opinions, our theories, and our views on the case.
Yeah.
Okay, James, you need to stop with the rude comments, and also, guys, you need to stop with the rude comments as well. I will start blocking people. Seriously, I've already said it a few times by now, and I can see that you are not stopping. So you need to stop, please. Otherwise, I'm going to start blocking people. James is also saying very negative. Why don't you accept my theory? I am not accepting anything if I don't truly believe in it. But like I said, everybody is free to their own opinions. Until now, you were not happy that I'm not reading all of your comments. Now I am reading all of your comments, but I can't agree. I can't say that I agree with something which I don't believe in. Just like you don't agree with something you don't believe in.
Yeah, I mean, various opinion, different thinking. We've been into this case for a long time, and we kept, we kept digging and digging. We dug so much that we are deep enough now, and we know pretty much. We made our own opinion now. Isn't it?
Yeah.
So we can't really go back and rethink it and reach in and change our uh, views, and to be honest, it's pointless really, because we got to a point where we realized, hold on a minute, this doesn't add up, doesn't go with that, this doesn't do that, and finally we came to a point where we have our own options, opinions, views, and we just share them with you guys. We try to come up with, we try to talk with you about it because you have different opinions. We will take those in considerations as well. We have to weigh them somehow, but we are very, very interested to find out more about this Madeleine Mccann. Where is she? how she, you know, how she got lost by her parents, because it's their mistake, in my opinion, that she got lost, right? In my opinion, that's what I'm thinking. Otherwise, she wouldn't, you know, disappear. I mean, to go eat at the restaurant, even though it's about 5 minutes walk, you don't take the risk for that.
No.
For some food with friends, uh, being all doctors and big positions, and having drinks, having fun, and your kids in a room where you don't even know, and the door open as they claim, isn't it? And then they claim that the window was like that, and I don't know what. Keep going like that, because anyway, the evidence is there. Portuguese police did what they could, but being stopped by various political personas there, up there. Obviously, they couldn't do their own job. And now some people blame the Portuguese police for not doing their own job properly. But when you are forced to stop at a certain point, how can you do your job? Look at good example, Gonzalo Amaral. They finished with him straight away. Why? Because he got too close. He knew something, and they didn't want that. And that's why he got, out. So he's been stopped by the political power, isn't it?
Yes.
How can you do your job if you are stopped by the political powers? You can't.
Yeah, and also I will be honest with you guys. At the beginning, when I started with the Madeleine Mccann case, talking about it, I was pro parents.
Yeah.
I believe that Kate and Jerry McCann were innocent. I just one day I was watching telly and I heard on the news about Madeleine McCann that the investigation is still ongoing.
Yeah.
I started looking into it and then I said, okay, I want to make a video. I made the video. I didn't even use my face or my voice. It was just a robot voice. And the next 4 or 5 videos, if you look at my oldest videos, you will see that they were all against Christian Bruckner because I believed what I read in the media. And then someone suggested to me, please have a look at the PJ files. And as soon as I had a look at the PJ files and I looked into more depth, I realized that the parents are not as innocent as they seem to be. But obviously, opinions again are divided.
Yeah.
So JD saying, where did we say parents killed her? We saying they either did or helped in cover up. Yes, we said that, yes. James is saying apologies, but they too are laughing at Alice. Alice, I believe, is not even here anymore. Mm. Debbie saying, sorry, Kat, Debbie is okay. I'm just trying to, have like a relaxed conversation here without any issues.
Yeah, this truly is the truth of lie. Obviously, the truth of lie by Gonzalo Amaral.
Yeah, the truth of the lie, yes.
Yeah. We struggled to get the book.
Yes, we struggled to get the book.
And we got it.
We finally managed to get it in English, actually.
Yeah.
And although Gonzalo Amaral has been cleared by the court and he can sell his book here, it seems that he can't even find an editor in the UK who is willing to take on and publish his book because they fear retaliation from the McCann side.
Yeah.
So again, the way I see it, if you are innocent, you don't go around and sue everybody, and you use the funds for helping to find Madeleine McCann to just sue people around.
Yeah.
Regardless of people's opinions. I'm going to read James' comment because then he's going to say that his comments are being overlooked. So think about me. 50 years ago, I was telling myself, who would believe me? 50 years later, I was proved right by Scotland Yard. So I hope I am right again. Again, James, I'm saying as well, like my husband was saying, for Madeline's sake, I'm hoping you are right as well, and that she's safe and sound and alive. James is saying they were disrespectful. I was trying to stop that conflict between you guys. I've seen the comments. They were being disrespectful. Everybody, when they believe strongly in something, they will try their best to highlight that fact. So there was no swearing involved, so I can't just go around blocking people unless they are really rude and they are swearing. That's why I keep giving you warnings, guys. Debbie saying, I once thought they were innocent, but now I believe what the PJ files say. Yeah, Debbie, I was of the same opinion as you at the beginning, and then, like I said, I read the PJ files, and that completely changed my mind. JD saying, but be realistic about how can a 3-year-old girl leave the hotel and start a new life by herself? She wasn't a teenager. Yes, I agree with you. She couldn't have just left on her own. No, it's impossible unless you would think of the theory that someone took her. But again, there is no reason to believe that from my point of view that someone took her.
We don't know that.
If
We don't know. But I strongly, I strongly believe there's only two, or maybe the third option, but two are there, and this from these two, one happened. As we were talking about an accident, which
Oh my God, do you see the time?
yeah, she couldn't be safe, or part of a project because the government got too deep into this. And I keep repeating, this government got too deep in, and they funded everything.
And they got deep into it from the beginning.
Yes.
Which is very suspicious to me. They don't do that
And
usually.
I remember when um, was it Theresa May said, "Uh, people don't need to know the truth about
Yeah,
it."
if they would know the truth, there would be riots on the streets. And something similar Kate also mentioned in her book as well. So
Yes. So there you go. Another thing to add to the second opinion, which we talk about, was part of a project which I believe that's the more plausible option from my point of view.
JD is asking, Kat, what's your opinion on David Payne and Gaspar's statement? Ooh. Well, I believe the Gaspar statement is true. I don't think they were lying. It was the wife. I'm sorry, I'm missing her first name right now, but she overheard David and Jerry speak somewhat indecently about girls and also about Madeleine McCann. Now there are a lot of people who are questioning why didn't she come forward sooner. And I think that because they were part of this group, obviously they didn't know very well each other because they just came with on this holiday for the first time with the rest of the group. But I think that she probably doubted herself at first of what she heard, or probably she didn't want to believe that what she heard was true, especially coming from Jerry McCann, who was talking presumably about his daughter. So we also know that David Payne allegedly had some sort of ties to pedophilia. But as it seems, after what Katrina was her name, I think Katrina was her name.
Yes.
After she heard them two talking, she was very cautious with her own child. And in that time, the men they were bathing all the children. I think. I think I remember telling you about it.
Yes.
All the men were bathing the children, and after what Katrina has heard, she said that she doesn't want David to go near her daughter again.
Yeah.
So it took her a while to go forward to the police, but I do think that she was being honest, and I think that it was true what she said.
Yeah.
And also, as it seems, Jerry McCann had some sort of a file on him, but obviously we can't prove anything because there is nothing on it right now. But as far as I understand, the police doesn't make a file on you unless there were already allegations made against you. And they're keeping the file open in case further investigation is necessary.
Yeah, but the file was covered up by somebody big.
Allegedly, Jim
And
Gamble, who was the
yes,
head of COP at the time.
yes,
Allegedly, yes.
yes.
Truth coming to light is saying the police said whatever way Maddie left the apartment, she was abducted. That's the biggest load of crap I've ever heard. The British police said that, yes, and the investigation's remit was even not to investigate the parents at any point, so they went straight on with the theory of the abduction. Just as Kate and Jerry McCann said from the beginning, that's how the story went. And even to this day, the Met Police and Scotland Yard, they are still going with the same story. James is saying people would not believe a priest was a pedophile, but I proved that 3 popes are hiding under canon law and files are in the caves of Vatican. The McCanns went to the Pope and made a statement. Yeah, the McCanns went to the Pope. We know that they are pedophiles
Pedophiles
in the church,
hiding good
yeah,
places, because they feel like they are covered and they are powerful. Anyway, church hasn't been, left out, and unfortunately, there's so many cases coming up now, and to the light about priests and big people in the church being pedophiles and so on and so on.
Yeah, but there are cases even of rape happening there with the nuns, and then
Yes.
a nun fell pregnant whilst she
Yeah.
was there. So there's a lot. I think that a lot of priests, they are hiding under their robe, so to speak,
Yes.
because they know that they cannot be touched.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible to investigate and charge a priest,
Yeah.
because they are just, yeah.
Anyway, the McCanns, yeah, they went to the Pope, but we don't know if they made a statement or they talked. But we were talking about some kind of other conspiracies here, um, but I don't know. It might be too deep now to talk about.
You mean the Freemasons?
Yes.
Yeah, well, there are some things which seem that
Unusual.
yeah, unusual, like
Yeah.
a handshake. If you look at the video of the
Yeah.
Pope and Jerry McCann, and then you've also got a photo of Gordon Brown when he was exchequer. I think
Yeah.
he was with the head of Bank of England. The handshake that they had with each other. Again, it was something we suggested the Masonic handshake.
Yeah, and also they got the plane from Praia, isn't it? Not Praia, but near the plane which was given by the guy from who was it? Who funded the
Brian
McCanns?
Kennedy, but he wasn't the one who gave them the plane. Yes. Oh, yes. When they went to meet the Pope.
They went, yes.
Yes, when they went to meet the Pope. Yes, and then you've also got they received a bunch of flowers at Madeleine's memorial in the UK from the Knights Templar. He was signed the Knights Templar, so I haven't heard of anyone receiving bunches of flowers signed by the Knight Templars unless you are a Freemason.
Part of it.
Yes, Carter and Duck, or what was the name of the lawyers they are using?
Yeah.
Allegedly,
something
most
like
of them are Freemasons.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's
Yeah.
it's
Right.
truth coming to light. Oh, hold on, it's not that.
They were paying light to Battlefield children, don't forget. Yeah.
Yeah, he did. He liked that. Yes, and And then Debbie is asking, why let David Penn bait your child? Honestly, I have no idea why would anyone let a stranger bait their child. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I would never done it. I've never done it, and I'll never do it. I don't know. Yes, you can do it because you are the dad, but not someone who is not part of the family, not someone who is a stranger. And all of them did it, and I can't understand why. Honestly,
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know, but I wouldn't let anybody touch my kids.
No.
I mean, up to what? I don't even remember. My daughter, she was watching by herself at a certain age, isn't it?
Yeah.
5-ish, something like that. But after
Not
that,
unsupervised, of course,
but you can't leave because you never know what happens. But anyway, I wouldn't, I wouldn't let anybody do that. Artist from that went to see the Pope last year.
I don't know.
Let him just move.
So Truth Coming to Light is saying the Vatican just moves them to another church when they get caught to do it all again.
We don't know that, but we do know the church is hiding so many secrets and so many things just to, make people believe. Well, not lose trust in them. But I know.
There has been suggestions that Jerry was allegedly convinced he was the Holy Spirit. Kate was Virgin Mary as her middle name is Mary, and that Madeleine was the second coming. Now I think that is I this thing with the second coming. I've read about it somewhere else, and you know that it's almost identical to Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell because they were talking about the second coming of Christ.
Yeah.
And she saw the kids as demons being possessed by the devil, and it seems in a way that it would be part of a cult.
Yeah.
Although I wouldn't go as far as saying that Kate and Jerry McCann were part of a cult. I mean, I don't know, but this story is very similar to Lori Vallow.
Yeah. Truth coming to light, yeah. Well, there's so many things that they will hide because I've been to Vatican and I've seen the place is just I don't know. It's just they have the Swiss people kind of like the ones like bodyguards there. You can't do much. You can't move anywhere you want. You are kind of like not there, don't go there, and they just push you somewhere, where everybody else goes. But anyway, they have so many secrets in there, and we don't know what the real stuff is where, but they do have a lot of things in there, yeah.
JD, you already covered the baby skulls and pagan stuff.
Yeah, I was saying that there's so many things in there we don't know what and where.
Yeah, JD is asking, anyone know Jerry criminal record before 2007? I heard he was distorted by the government. Apparently had convictions, but we don't know. I was just mentioning this now with the head of the COP at the time. I think it was Jim Gamble.
Yes.
I'm hoping I'm not wrong on this.
No, you're not. I remember because we were doing the research. Jim Gamble, was the head of COP.
Mm-hmm. And he was one of the few who actually had access to this kind of files, and it suggested that Jerry McCann's file was somehow changed.
So just imagine if I apply for a job, because I used to work in NHS, and I know you were in need of CRB, now called DBS. Obviously, if I would apply, they will check my DBS. If there is any offense and stuff like that, will appear on the DBS. So it's on my file. Obviously, Jay McCann having that on the file, he didn't want it to give him any kind of issues. So probably he appealed to Jim Gamble, but they were like known to each other, isn't it? They were like kind of connected somehow.
Like something was going on there, but it happened after Madeleine McCann were missing.
And then that particular file, it's like it stays like a kind of shadow there, but it's empty.
Yeah, that's what.
And that's what happened. So it was a file there. It's like a shadow, but obviously there's no content. He deleted everything, and that's what happened.
Mm. Hi, Eamon O'Reilly. Thank you so much for joining. We've been live for 4 hours now, almost. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Um,
Yeah, James is saying they Satanists, Masons, pedos kill children as sacrifices, drink their blood and eat their flesh. They believe the young blood and flesh rejuvenates them. Yeah, there are so many satanic cults like that, and
oh,
yeah, I've read about rituals and sacrifices, human
yeah,
sacrifices. I personally do not believe in these things, but obviously there are those who do, and they would go to any length
yeah.
to,
But
follow
this
the.
exists since time. Well, Templars going Jerusalem and stuff like that, having control over, uh, you know, the holy place as they were calling. Anyway, so many things, history, and obviously 21st century. We have still cults, sects, and all sorts.
And now these cults are getting even worse than ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Emilio is saying, what about David Payne for that matter? Whether he was involved in Maddie's disappearance or not, there seems to be a lot of red flags around this guy. Yeah, yes, it's very true. And he was the one who had the conversation with Jerry McCann when Katrina Gaspa overheard them, and then she made a statement to the police in the UK, which was completely disregarded.
yeah.
So he was not even looked into, which makes me believe in a way that they were already aware of what's going on. The police.
Oh well, we don't know. We don't know. But as I was like literally going through files and files and opening 10,000 tabs and doing a lot of research and spending hours and hours, like literally the whole day up till morning, isn't it?
Yeah.
Um,
It's like there is not enough time in the day and night for you to finish your research. Like,
no,
24 hours are just not enough.
no.
And even then, you just don't get to the end of
You
it.
don't get to the end
No.
because you keep finding stuff and you can't really add it up because it's not really complete. So you need to kind of make it somehow complete. You need to go in different places, different ways to do that. Gather the information,
Very tangled.
put it there. Try to find more info, but obviously some of them are hidden. Anyway, um, yeah, she wasn't taking consideration when she complained about the pain.
No.
I'm talking about Gaspar
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Uh, so just imagine if you go and say, "Well, I've heard this, and I'm pretty sure I've heard this discussion between these two people, or three people, or whatever." Obviously, you kind of give information to the police. The police should take it in consideration. It's like you're not guilty until proved.
You're
Like
not innocent until
you know,
proven
saying
guilty.
exactly. So it's like uh, if the police would take obviously they would most definitely they needed to call them, interview, stuff like
Yeah.
that. They didn't do any. They totally disregarded what she said, uh, and we don't know what they paying. Well, his role in Maddie's disappearance, we don't know what was his role, but we do somehow know that he wasn't as clean as he was claiming.
Yeah.
As Jerry's file says, and his file wasn't clean either. David Payne's file wasn't clean, so we know that. So go on.
Debbie is saying, and he was a doctor for Celtic Football Club. So you mean Jerry McCann? Yeah, he was a doctor. And James then is saying that's another day. I played for 6 professional clubs in England, full of widows and abuse. That's again, yes, I've heard those things as well about football clubs and yeah, professional ones. There is
Yeah, there's
abuse.
so many cases they came to light uh, lately, not long ago, but yeah, um, James, you're right. Big clubs and big players, they came out to light saying they've been abused and forced to do things they didn't want. You, just imagine, you are in a good position, such as medic or um, coach or anywhere you are, you have a good position, then you use your position for your own
Yeah,
pleasures and stuff. And that's what happens, unfortunately, even today, even, and we can't stop because we are too little and the world is too big.
yeah, we can't stop anything,
and,
unfortunately.
that's what it is. Right, go on.
JD is saying, question to you both. In your opinion, what do you think happened from start of holiday to 10 p.m. of Kate finding out? Well, I think if Madeleine McCann was ever there in Portugal, I think that she died a bit earlier in the week. If it was from an accident and then a cover up, I think that they used that time potentially a few days before they officially called her missing. They use the time to plan out how they will be covering up, to come up with the timeline,
Yeah.
with the story. They were talking to each other. And if she did disappear in the same day, I do believe that she disappeared way earlier than they said, and they gave themselves enough time to
To
get
prepare.
yeah, to get ready, get rid of her body before calling the police and calling the media. But I'm still not convinced. Why did they have to call the media though? They did call the press.
Yeah, because the press already knew way earlier than, I don't know
Yeah,
how that happened. I don't know, but how come the media was in the know about the mother's disappearance, and they were kind of deep into it, but the police wasn't that deep.
yeah.
So just imagine they were just already kind of prepared to do so, and I believe it was all pre-planned uh, by some big people. Uh, that's why I was talking about this Med, Euromed
Euromed
lab.
Lab, yeah.
Yeah, because there were some gatherings there, and they talk about DNAs, anatomies.
It's like
It's like big projects in there.
it's like a medical convention,
Yeah.
yeah, where you take part in as a doctor, as a
Yeah.
professional in
Yeah.
the industry, and you have your own research, which you do over the years or the weeks, whichever research it is. You put up the project together, and then you go and you present it at this medical convention, and that's where you can get sponsors from for your
Yeah.
project.
Yeah, but it's not only sponsors, funds,
And funds, yes,
and
funds, yeah.
obviously you get the go to do what
Yeah,
you presented.
yeah.
But obviously there are some big projects and some big people in there by the looks of it, because I had a look into it, and I found so many things, and I was like, literally, oh my god, did they really do that? Like playing with your body, with your organs, with your DNA, and changing, and oh
They
my
do, they do
goodness
because
me, seriously.
they do because
And they do everything really.
yeah,
they do everything, and that's how I came to know about Jerry, that he was there present for several times at different gatherings. And I kind of in my mind clicked something, and I said, hold on a minute, it might be part of a project put together, person down, put together your MedLab, put together all the people, medics, doctors, and whatever they were, big positions, in the same place or in the same time in Portugal, having big meetings, using the kind of reason, oh, we go holiday. But can you imagine going holidays? About what? The lists were like going. I have no clue how many people were there, but at least about what, 80 people.
I don't know how
Yeah,
many there were.
they were
I
like
haven't counted them really.
literally so many. And just think a bit. Is it really possible to have so many people, big doctors and big people in good positions, in the same time, in the same place? What do they do then?
From the same country, almost flying from the same airports in the UK. It's just too much of a coincidence. No.
Jeez, no. So that's my opinion. Uh, the and I kind of like click it now. Seriously, I really believe it's a big project we talk about, which took part in mainly because if you look in Sporting Down, there are so many things going around there, and they cover up so many things. But the government, that's why it got involved so deeply by paying so much to the McCanns, by covering up so for so long, and having Operation Grange still open after 13, 14 years, whatever, isn't it?
Truth coming to light is saying pedos get jobs to be around children. Look at the coach of the Olympics. He's been jailed. He abused about 13 to 20 gymnasts.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I've heard and seen the news on telly. Um, the only news outlet, let's say, I'm using is Yahoo. It's a bit like it's not really touched yet by anyone in power, to change and modify things. But news, they come up with all sorts, and I'm not sure about the coach of the Olympics, but I've heard something, but I didn't go too deep into it. But yeah, I've heard something about it. Um, Gymnasts, but not only girls, but even boys, they've been abused. Uh, yeah,
James is saying, I worked in care. The abuse was prevalent but hidden, but I challenged it daily and the boss did nothing. You worked in care as well,
yeah,
didn't
I
you?
did work in care, but abuse, it was a bit, but not to the length where you can say, well, I'm calling police. But the abuse, it happened. It happened to see somebody hitting an elderly person for no reason whatsoever, and he was my colleague. And I caught him and I said, oh, Jesus, what are you doing? why do you hit the woman, the poor woman? She has Alzheimer's. And she doesn't even know where she is. How can you hit her like that? Why? What did she do to you? You work here. Your role is to take care of them, not to hit them. So you either explain to me why you did that, and let's have a chat, or me, having to go to our um, nurse in charge and have a chat about you hitting this resident. And he just totally cracked, and he said, "No, sorry, I'm really sorry. I do apologize. Never will. It will never happen again." I just had the breakdown. So, well, if you had the breakdown, then you have to take a break, or this job is not for you. You can't do that. So, abuse, it is, unfortunately, uh, you know, things happen, but um, there's people who help, there's people who do their job properly, there's people who, see these things and they report them. Um, I try to be as fair as possible with my colleague, and he didn't do anything else from that point because I was working with him, and I've seen his behavior, so he changed. Probably, sometimes you get the rich, but you don't need to take it on the poor residents, really. If you are rich, you just go out and hit the wall with your head, you know, isn't it? Um,
JD is saying big question is going against police advice contacting the press to say if kidnapped that can ruin the chances of finding her alive by realizing her details. Why would you do that unless you know that?
so
Oh, he's also saying you understand if police is slow, but within 2 hours of going missing. Well, they did go against everything that the Portuguese police was telling them, and I have no idea why they did that. But it seems that they already contacted the press before they even had the press conference on the same night of Madeleine's disappearance. Potentially even before they contacted the Portuguese police about her disappearance,
yeah,
because there was an article. It's very very interesting to see. There was an article, I believe it was from the Daily Express or from the Sun. I'm not quite sure. I can't remember very well. But apparently, let's say officially, she's gone missing at 10 p.m. That article was already prepared and written at 12 p.m. So they published it at 12:01 p.m., 12 in the night, the same night. Obviously, after they've realized what they did, they took it off, but it was enough time for someone to take some screenshots of it. So the article was at one point online. So the question is, how did the press know so quickly
yeah,
about a child who's gone missing in Portugal, in Praia da Luz, and then in the morning, around 6 or 7 in the morning, there was full of British press in Portugal.
yeah.
So it's very
It's very weird.
yes, it is.
I mean, these things give you kind of hit you hard and say, well, hold on a minute, what's going on? We are not kids, we are not stupid. We use our common sense somehow,
Yeah,
things that happened, you need to balance it, to weigh it. You have a balance, you weigh them. Hold on, this happened, they said this, the other people said that. Well, let's see. And from using your common sense and weighing in the facts and what they said and what they did, that's how you come to understand that was something fishy there, isn't it? From the
yeah.
beginning.
And it was also the Portuguese police also advised them not to go public with Madeleine's coloboma of the iris because it can put her in danger.
Yeah.
And still they made that the focus of their campaign, which again goes
Oh,
against
yeah, yeah,
everything.
the campaign
Yeah,
which
look.
they put, yes, look, and
Yeah,
in one of the O's
yeah.
is the eye with
Mhm.
the yeah, yeah, yeah,
So
yeah,
they made that the center of the campaign, and even Jerry was saying something like that. It's more sellable this way. Like he
yeah,
was talking about I don't know what brand.
it's even trademark,
Yeah, it's even
is it?
trademark.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think
yeah.
so.
So
Yeah.
how can you put the trademark on something about your missing child? We're talking about your missing child, and you put trademark on your.
But
Oh my
they were
goodness.
treating all this as a business. They were treating all of it as a business. They took their lawyers from the beginning, just to cover themselves. They took their whole legal team and the Clarence Mitchell. Oh, there are just so many things involved. Anyway, it's already been 4 hours since we've been live. It's now 4 in the morning. Oh my God! So I think that we should wrap it up. If you
Yeah,
guys have any last questions before we go, it's late for everybody. I think. I mean, we've been going on for 4 hours.
yeah.
So
Uh,
James is saying coming to care to be protected, not abused, but council could not admit that was true. Well, in most of the cases, councils, I don't think they will ever admit to
no,
their mistakes
but
unless they are forced.
they did admit it, in few cases, but not all of them. So many cases that we don't even know about and probably happen, in the council's care. Um,
JD is asking, did you hear of the break-in at the police officer house and killing the dog, but was the wrong house?
yeah,
I mentioned this previously in this
yeah,
live,
yeah,
yes, and I believe it was from Gonzalo Amaral. I believe that whoever broke into the neighbor's house, they confused the house, they got
yeah.
the wrong one. I believe that they were supposed to break into Amaral's house, and I think that they were looking for some sort of files,
Documents. Yeah,
documents, whatever he was
yeah, yeah.
investigating and he had proof of. And the dog was killed, I know, and I believe that the dog was killed
To
uh,
scare.
to scare
It
Gonzalo
was a
Amaral off. Yeah,
scaremongering tactic.
yeah,
So just kill the
yeah.
dog, scare him
Hmm.
off, and just let him know that we are, going to
Yeah.
do something to kill him.
The thing was that that house was the holiday home, right? And he was there with his
Yeah,
daughter.
yeah,
And I think that they did it on purpose then with the dog because they were thinking, I'll show you now, I'll kill this dog, but next time maybe I'll kill your daughter.
yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah.
scare tactic.
JD says yes. That was a sign to say point. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a sign that to prove that they can do it,
Yeah.
and they are so close, and you know there's so many things. That's why they make him go because he knew so much, and I don't know. He just probably he got out of it because he wants to live his life as normal as possible, and
He never gave up.
his family to be safe. He never gave up, but he kind of like he can't fight it because the
No, he
system
can't
doesn't let
fight.
him fight.
No, no, he can't.
So he just you
But
know
didn't the McCanns made him divorce his wife?
yeah, yeah,
They destroy so many lives. These people, it's just unbelievable. They just care about themselves, and for people to say that they are innocent in this, I find it very hard to believe.
yeah.
Because if you are innocent, you don't just go around destroying people's
To
lives.
some lengths,
Yeah,
they went to some lengths. It's unbelievable. They need to sue everybody around you, whoever has an opinion. That's wrong. To put like I'm not saying anything. I'm not pinpointing anything. I'm not trying to say oh it's their fault they
mhm,
did it or
mhm,
not. In my opinion, after Jerry said trolls need to be taught a lesson.
yeah,
Then Brenda Leyland,
yeah.
uh,
What happened with her?
she was found in a
In a
hotel room.
allegedly, she killed herself.
Yeah, so there were so many things they weren't really showing there was a suicide. But anyway, uh, for your own, gain, you do this, and then you want to be called innocent. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just right.
Okay, so let's wrap it up, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's so late. I didn't expect this is going to take so long. JD says the only one who lost anything was him at the time McCann's got rich and PR stunt, think Madeleine and police officer
And police offer and labor affected.
yeah, he was, and
Yeah.
his books were even confiscated, and even to this day, as far as I understand, he never got those books back, although the McCanns were ordered by the court to give the books back, and
And
also,
and also they were also to pay
yeah,
some
yeah,
money to him.
yeah,
What? Quarter of a million, something like that.
yeah, it was
Yeah,
something in the
four
likes of
hundred
it. Yeah,
thousand
yeah.
pounds, something like that. And they not even today they didn't pay him.
As far as we know, no, they
No,
haven't. No.
no.
Okay, okay, guys, I can't even talk properly anymore. Thank you so much for joining, everyone.
Yeah.
Have a good night and take care and stay safe.
And see you next time.
Yeah, see you next time. Good night. Bye bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Yeah.